derivative still.
There she is. There she is.
Welcome to Jimmy's.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that lo-make soup? Greetings and felicitations.
He knows if we find and destroy all the Horcruxes, we'll be able to kill him.
Hello and welcome back. We're back to exploring Harry's story. We're finishing sharing our thoughts on the Harry Potter series by discussing the final film, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. And I hope you find something valuable in this, or remember why it is you enjoy the series so much, because rereading and rewatching certainly has achieved that for me. And I hope I can impart a small part of why this isn't just a story for me. There are valuable lessons on life, sacrifice, care for others, and something Dumbledore tried to teach Voldemort, Tom Riddle, but failed, which is that there are things worse than death. And that was his folly and Harry's strength. And the friendships that he made were strong enough that many people who were not related to him became family. And there are some productions that, they pretend they're family, but the crew who worked on these movies are definitely not one of them. They considered the set. I was, if you watch the special features, they considered the set a second home. And Rupert Grint even said that he spent more time at the set than at home, which he said was a little scary. And all of that contributes to greatly to the chemistry in these films, and why they still bring the books to life, even when some of the books is missing from the story. But it still works. And Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 was released in 2011, directed by David Yates, and written by Steve Kloves, who wrote all but one of the Harry Potter movies, transcripts, screenplays. And I'd like to welcome my panel who wants to discuss this movie with me today, and the person who asked for this series, Scotty R37. I'm
Hi.
so happy to be talking about this movie and all the rest.
Yeah, this has been a fun series.
I don't have to worry about spoiling things for you anymore.
No, I
Not at
know.
all.
It's
so
all
much.
done. And there was much rejoicing, but also many tears in this final installment.
Yes, lots of grief. But the ultimate objective completed. And
Yes.
I'd also like to welcome Kat. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, thanks for having me. This is a fun series. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, it is. It's really, 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 really great. And I just want to thank Ben from Cinema Gulp for wanting to be here today. He can't be here because of he lost power. So I hope everything comes back together and he gets power soon, so he doesn't lose everything in his refrigerator. So thanks Ben for wanting to be here today. And I want to also thank Tiger Stripes for joining us. You were here on the first one, and I'm so glad you're here on this last one too.
Well, thank you. It's been spotty. My attendance has been spotty.
It's been perfect. You come and, well there are a lot of actors who didn't show up in every movie, but they came back for this one, and so that's the fun part.
It was good seeing everybody in this film.
It is. So there's something in the book I think I wanted to read from the book I'm reading from, production notes. Dan Radcliffe says, "There's just that part of you that thinks you might not see that person again. I would be sad about that happening with anybody on these films. It'll be very emotional, particularly for me." And so he talks about the makeup artists that his hairstylist, and how they've become like family. and one's like an older sister, and the other's like a mother. And so that's really neat. For Rupert Grint, the Indian was disconcerting. It's really weird, the actor confesses. I just can't visualize how it's going to end. I can't imagine not coming here every day. It's going to take a while to adjust. I'm going to miss this place a lot because it's become like a second home. I spend more time here than I do at home, which is really quite scary. And so yes, we're on the final film. We're Deathly Hallows Part 2. And in the first part, of course, we had Voldemort's main objective, which was getting the most powerful wand in the world, the Elder Wand, and he ended up stealing it from Dumbledore's grave. And then Harry, trying to complete the mission Dumbledore set out for him to discover and destroy all of the Horcruxes that Voldemort has made to try to make himself immortal, because that's his ultimate goal. Even from the very first movie when he tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone. So it's been a constant goal for Voldemort, even before he got his corporeal body back. And so we're going to talk about that movie, and we're going to bring up the slides in a minute. But first, I want to say hello to the chat too. We have Ron here. Hey, Ron. Good to see you. DJ Knight, how are you? Gorilla's Random Thought says, hey, keep it down. I can't hear the new guy. Getting a new asshole ripped into him by the boss. Oh, is that what's happening at work? We always get an update.
I think that's got to be a work reference.
Yeah, we always get an update on how things are working out at work. And yeah, I got your message, Gorilla. I haven't listened to it yet, and I had to be honest. AI music scares me a little bit. DJ Play Nice says, "Wee."
Hey, DJ.
Hey.
And he also says, yeah, great to see you, DJ. And Data Zord says, hail to all those in the wizarding world. Much love to you all.
G'day, Theta Zord.
Yes, and I don't speak German, but thank you so much, Letters Larson, for being here. And DJ Play Nice does speak German. Oh, Eugene Burt. Hey. Are you singing Christmas carols already, Eugene Burt? We have to have
a lot for Christmas. There's just thing. I don't know the words, but I love that song. It's one of my favorites.
We have to have Thanksgiving first before you can have Christmas.
Nope.
Oh, we already took care of it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Canadians did, I guess.
Yeah.
Lucky y'all.
I hope Jill had a good Halloween last night. Oh, yeah, I did. It was really great. Really fun walking the kids around the neighborhood. Not as many people putting stuff out, but we found a few. We found enough. They have enough sugar.
That's all I did. I just put a bowl of sugar out front, and so every child could just lick at it.
Not even pixie sticks. You just straight up granulated bags of sugar.
That's right.
Poured into. Oh no, Jill, embrace our AI overlords. Oh yeah, no, they're good. I like the Fun Dip also, where you put the
Fun Dip
stick.
I have not tried the Fun Dip, and I know there was a ring dip as well for a while when the candy rings were all the rage.
Yeah.
I never tried
much after my time.
I might play it. I might play it later. I don't know. I'll look at it later. We have to eat the damn bird first. Yes, Gorilla.
Nope. There's so much Christmas music. You have to start on November 1st. There's just too much to cram into 1 month.
Follow that bird.
Greek Letters Larson says, where there's a bright side on the series of live streams, it's the last Harry Potter movie, which means from the next week, Joe will be starting the James Bond series. Wait, what? I never said that. Did I? Did I promise that? At any point, I don't remember doing that.
I don't recall.
That's a great idea, but I'm not. I need to study way more before I'm ready for something like that. I'm only watching those movies for the first time, and I don't feel prepared. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't think I'm worthy yet. DJ Knight says, "How about keeping a turkey for a pet?" Oh,
That's hard to do
Well-
when they're so frozen hard. All their feathers missing, all their internal
at
organs
that.
gone. They don't make very good pets. Gosh knows I've tried.
Just put it on a
Eugene Bird.
skateboard.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You always help and support this channel way more than you should. I'm just so happy. Thank you for that. This is pretty great.
Yeah. Cheers.
He gives a super sticker for $49.99 of a. Oh, actually, I never really even look at the animation for this one. It's really cute. Lemon is throwing the lime up into the air and catching it. The lime is kind of making an orbit all the way around the lemon. I don't understand how that's possible. I guess the toss is just that good.
Well, speaking of lemon, hey, Lemon.
Oh, Lemon's here. Hi, Lemon. I'll give a baby Thestral for this one. And yes,
So cute.
yeah. Yes, you did. Don't you remember?
I'm
Oh.
usually the forgetful
No,
one.
actually, I don't. Yeah, I know. I don't remember promising this. But I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just don't know. I'll think
Well,
about it. I will
It's an
consider it.
It's certainly an idea, and kind of like how we did the Star Trek movies just whenever we felt like it. Maybe you can just pepper in a James Bond every now and then. We don't have to go in order.
Yeah. No, I had the idea of doing Moonraker once I get up to it.
Ooh.
That's probably what I promised. That's probably what I said. That sounds like me. So, Eugene Bird says, disobeying the laws of physics to celebrate Jill's Harry Potter culmination. Thank you. And no more Harry Potter. Oh, you don't want to do some Harry Potter trivia? Okay, but
See,
we gotta finish this series. I'm not doing the Fantastic Beasts, so don't worry about that.
Can we do the Fantastic Four?
If you want.
I don't know if there's ever been a good Fantastic Four film.
I never said there
yeah,
was.
Cobby's never raved about any of them, so yeah, I don't think so either. And he's the biggest fan I knew.
That's a really great shot right there.
Yeah.
I wish we got that scene in the previous movie. Yeah.
You do.
Well,
yeah,
this is how the last movie ended, but I guess it looks different.
No, I mean like with the whole funeral scene at the tomb in the book.
Oh yes, I wish we got that too. That would have been all hands on deck. It would have been everybody ever who cared about Dumbledore. That would have been.
This is a great way to start the movie too. It's really neat.
Yeah, it's the way the last one ended.
Yeah.
Ties in very well.
Last time on Harry Potter.
Voldemort got the Elder Wand. And what does that mean? Will he finally be able to defeat the Chosen One?
Spoilers, he doesn't.
No, I guess not.
What are you thinking, man? This is my 8th movie. My name's in the title. Do you think I'm actually going to die? No.
And David Yates says that he did it this way because even though the movies are in 2 parts, they're meant to be seen as a single film.
Well, yes, Scott, he does die. Spoilers.
No, that is true. That is true. He does kill him. Harry Potter. Well, yes, he does.
So there's the Elder Wand.
Part of the triumvirate of the Deathly Hallows.
And it's apparently supposedly the best wand ever made. It was created by Death himself.
Beggar the question: was Mr. Ollivander holding information back from Voldemort?
I would hope so. That would make sense.
Well, that would have been very brave
But
of him, and he didn't
it
look
would
very
have been
brave in the
especially.
moment.
It would have been brave in the moment if he could hold back. He could reveal some of it, but not all of it, because Voldemort has that ability to read your mind, so he would know if Ollivander were lying.
Does he? Because he never seemed to clue up to that. You have to win the wand. You cannot just take it, or it won't work for you. And yet he never gets that. And he's Voldemort.
Well, you know what? He does get it a little bit, but he doesn't get it right. He thinks you have to kill to win it. He thinks killing is part of winning the wand, and he doesn't realize you can win the wand without killing. That's a big thing.
Want
Is
to
that
say
from the
hello
book?
to Alistair's Queen Emma?
It's kind of
And
it's
I
kind of
think-
also revealed in the movie during the death scene. Snape.
Well, and John Hurt says, no, William Hurt says, that
John,
he
you got it right the
did-
first time.
Was I right the first time? Okay. And
You're
he
right the first
does
time, yeah.
tell, he tells Harry that he did tell Voldemort, but that's because he was being tortured.
Yeah. Let me get the title sequence. Hogwarts isn't the same anymore. Obviously,
No.
it's being run by Death Eaters. And we're back at the beach at Bill and Flora's beach house, and where Dobby is laid to rest in the garden, not in the sand. Like, I don't know why they put him in the sand.
With
It looks
the
stark.
the inexplicable piece of mirror that they never explain in the film. It just
Poor
They
shows
don't
up
explain
somehow.
it at all.
I know, it's why,
Well, the reason is
I
because
know
it was
they
a
work it
present.
through.
Well, I know.
but
Poor Dobby.
oh, it's so sad.
It is.
And I
Yeah, he was
really
innocent.
heartily disliked Dobby in the second film. And now I feel so strongly. It's funny how things change.
Well, he only gave. He didn't. He never really asked for anything, and except for
Socks.
except for a very small amount of income when he was a house elf. Like, and that apparently other house elves don't like that. But yeah, socks, lots of clothes. He got lots of hats.
And
piled
I
them on
don't
top
know
of
if
each
y'all
other.
know, I follow a couple of Harry Potter themed channels on YouTube, and this, I don't know if it's the precise spot. I think it's probably very close to it. In England, you come and you bring a painted rock and you leave it, and there's this massive cairn now where Dobby was buried.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah, it's kind of chilling when you see it. It really does bring a lump to your throat.
See,
Well-
and I've never been to England, and now that I've watched the Harry Potter movies, I am going to have to incorporate some Harry Potter tourist
It's
destination.
most of my heritage. I yearn to go.
Eugene Bird says, "Have you been slicing
Yes.
onions, Tiger
Yes,
Straits?"
that's exactly right. I'm not crying, you're crying.
No, yeah, because in the books it says wherever he's buried that lots of flowers are going to grow there. But the rocks,
Not on
that's
sand.
that's a perfect, yeah, not on sand. That's a perfect substitute for the reality of the film. I like it, and of course the mirror was the present that Sirius gave to Harry to communicate with him, but he didn't really explain it very well, so Harry never used it until it was too late. And now it's he got angry or something happened, and the mirror broke and most of it turned to dust except for this one shard which he kept, and of course Aberforth finds the other half. And so it becomes the communication device, and that's why they got saved in the last movie, because Harry looked into the mirror and asked for help. Asked for who he thought was Dumbledore. Like, how could I be talking to Dumbledore? He's dead, but I'm going to ask him for help. And it worked. But we lost Dobby.
So I think I can share this if you want to put it up.
Oh, sure.
Let's see. Is this
Share
it?
what you
That's it.
like.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, and now Harry's planning their trip to Gringotts to steal Horcrux that they believe is in Bellatrix's safe.
Oh, there, yeah. So there's
Yeah.
that's where Captain Kirk McDobby is buried.
It may even be huger now.
No, it's on the opposite
Just
side.
everybody.
Mm.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's incredible.
It's fan tribute, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. They desecrated the grave of a fictional character? I wouldn't call it a desecration.
I
I
would
think
call
it's
it a
more of a
tribute.
monument. Well, people leave flowers at graves. I think the rocks are just a symbol of the gravestone that was left for Dobby. He defiled it with dark magic.
Yeah, that was Kelly MacDonald is awesome.
She is. She really makes me feel like she's a real ghost.
And then there's a very specific rock that gives you all the feels that somebody painted themselves. Just awfully, that's real DIY.
Right. What a beautiful place to be with friends.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks for that. And so they're going to try to get into Green God. Let's see where I do have clips. Where are my clips at? Here we go.
That's funny. I've got it. I've got the in a tab, and just kind of pulled it down very casually, and it came straight to chapter 26, Gringotts. So it's so funny.
Nice.
I know. Synchronicity.
You flipped to the correct chapter.
Very unusual, is it?
Oh, and big ups to Warwick Davis for being able to play two roles, and I know based on his stature, but they're very, very different, and I do enjoy.
He was particularly wonderful in this too,
Yes.
as this character.
And he appreciated it. And, well, Griphook is calling Harry an unusual wizard because of the respect that Harry shows to magical creatures, which is a kind of a sad thing that other wizards don't do the same thing. And the same thing for Harry burying the house, Dobby. Burying a house elf is something that's unusual too.
Well, and later on, we are going to have, students of a particular house interred. There's a lot of segregation and bigotry that happens in the wizarding world.
There is. There is. And it's been corrupt from the beginning. And it's kind of revealed to Harry once he gets past all the wonderful parts about magic, and then he sees the darker side of it. And now he's got to face the evil.
Putting the Slytherins in the dungeon at that point, I think, is appropriate. All's fair in love and war, and that was definitely war.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be evacuated.
Well, and it is interesting because they do say later on that, like Harry says, that Severus Snape was the bravest Slytherin he'd ever met.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even the bravest man he ever met.
Yeah.
So being a Slytherin doesn't make you automatically bad, which is something that I had to wrap my head around.
And that's something that I will expand on later on.
Right.
But right now I want to go to Gringotts, and with the Sword of Gryffindor is the required payment, the payment that Griphook wants, which is kind of a difficult thing because the Sword of Gryffindor is how they've been destroying the Horcrux. So how are they going to destroy the Horcrux that they're about to get if they're giving away this sword?
I was curious about that as well.
Yep. And it's a little confusing the way it's put in the movie because in welcome to Dalek 451. How are you doing today? Hi, Dalek.
Hi, Dalek.
I'm glad you're here. What's going on? You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, Oh, Jim's Landscape is here too. Hello, Jim.
Jimmy.
All right. Okay, so there's an entire story about how Dumbledore's army tried to steal the sword that doesn't make it into the movie, and that's how it's decided that the sword isn't safe at Hogwarts, and a fake sword, presumably thought to be the real one, was placed in Bellatrix's vault. And so Bellatrix thinks she has the real sword in her vault, but really, Harry got it. Ron got it, actually. However, Harry has reason to believe that more than just a fake sword's in there because of how much Bellatrix was torturing Griphook. So since she was interrogating so badly, she must have known something was in there. But she doesn't know what a Horcrux is. Most people don't. She just knows it's very important to Voldemort, and that's all she needs to know to protect it fiercely because she loves him, even though he'll never return those feelings. Yeah. It says the price is getting the sword, and so then that's a GIF. I don't know why that's
Snake and a badger.
Slytherin and Hufflepuff.
That was an unintentional GIF that I like that though.
Slitherpuff.
Mm-hmm. And so then they also meet with Ollivander before they head to the vault.
And this is also
Oh,
part of
you
the
got
reason.
some membership. Hey, Jim's got memberships, everyone. If you want to support Jim's Landscape, there you go. He's got memberships.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I forget.
Oh, okay. Well, they're talking to Ollivander anyway, and he's identifying the wands for them. The one that belongs to Bellatrix Lestrange. Be careful with this one. And then, of course, the one that Harry won from Draco. And Ollivander senses that its allegiance has changed to Harry from Malfoy. The wand chooses the wizard, and we've got that.
I sense its allegiance has changed. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
And that's something that I really do enjoy in this movie, in sort of not doing a laundry list of callbacks, but certainly giving important lore that we've learned along the way. It was nice because I did feel like I had learned something at Hogwarts.
Yeah, and well, for some reason, Ollivander knows more about the Deathly Hallows in this movie. He only really knows about the Elder Wand in the books, not the other Hallows. But he tells him to watch out. Makes sense. And let's see. Lemon Pie says, well, Greek letters. Daniel Radcliffe did star in a movie called Guns Akimbo. Perhaps it's the sequel. What?
I'd like to see that. You had me at Guns Akimbo.
Oh, and this is one of my favorite things, Hermione taking Polyjuice Potion to transform into Bellatrix. And they apparate to Hogwarts. And this is some really great acting from Helena Bonham Carter, as she has to behave not like Bellatrix now, but as Hermione pretending to be Bellatrix, and she messes up immediately. Good morning, she says. I don't know if Bellatrix has ever said good morning to anyone ever.
You Bellatrix Lestrange, not some dewy-eyed schoolgirl.
And so...
That was really
yeah. Yeah. And so, yeah, because she got that hair from Malfoy Manor, and so it makes sense why she can do this. And Helena Bonham Carter says, "What's wonderful?" Oh, wait, no. Actually, David Heyman says, "What's wonderful is not only how Helena recreated Emma's work, but also got across how uncomfortable Hermione would be in Bellatrix's body, not just because she's wearing 5-inch heels for the first time, but because they are different physically and psychologically. You could see the awkwardness in Helena's walk. It's like trying to fit into something not your size, which added a strange tension and some humor." Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Well,
Really
it
well
is the
done.
only
Yeah, she
time
does.
the only time you really get to see Bellatrix in a sympathetic light, because it's not Bellatrix, it's Hermione. But I do love Helena
Right.
Bonham Carter.
Right, you get to love Bellatrix for once, because it's not
For
really
once.
Bellatrix, it's Hermione.
Yep, that's right. But I didn't want to go too hard in the paint, because that is Ron's girl, no matter what form.
To be kept waiting.
Shouldn't like to be kept waiting. It's true. Ron looks a bit different too, but he didn't take polyjuice. He's just got some makeup on. And then we have a theme park ride to Bellatrix's vault. But even though Harry is casting the Imperious Curse for the first time on goblins, they're suspicious anyway, and eventually the Thief's Downfall, which is a magical thing that happens in Gringotts.
It's a water feature on the ride.
Yeah, it's a water feature, and the water washes away all of the disillusionment enchantments. So the polyjuice potion, even the changes that Ron got made to his face, everything gets washed away, and the Imperious. So they have to Imperious Bogrod again.
Which was nice. I thought that was kind of clever, going through the water feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good that there was a physical. Well, there's a lot of water in this movie, and the kids get drenched quite a bit. So they're in Bellatrix's vault. They've got to find the Horcrux among all this treasure, and unfortunately, if you touch any of the treasure, it multiplies, and it's also supposed to burn you, but they take out the burning part, and I guess that's okay. Mm-hmm. But that's why they end up having to grab the cup with the sword.
Cinema Gulp says, "I'm waiting for the resurrection stone to bring the power back to my neighborhood. Until then, I'm watching." Thanks for being here, man.
I'm glad you're here in the chat, man. Thank you. I hope you get the stone soon. Gosh, I can't. So here we have the Gringotts dragon, which has been imprisoned in the bank to protect its assets.
It's been in the dark so long it's gone blind.
Yeah, it's blind.
I was really moved by this poor mythical creature, by its plight.
Yeah, and it doesn't look in good shape either. I don't know if this breed of dragon, I'd like to see one that hasn't been abused and compare the color.
Yes, is it white because it's been kept in the dark, like some sort of fish at the bottom of the sea?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I've been out of the sun way too long.
And okay, the book says the creature shop sculpted a section of the dragon's back and mounted it on a motion-based motorized gimbal, creating fully jointed shoulders that moved in concert with the CG flapping of the dragon's wings. We programmed the base to follow the animation of the dragon, explains visual effects producer Emma Norton. So when you combine the blue-screened actors who are sitting on the back model with the CG animation track, they stick together and move in sync. That's one kinky dragon. Just look at its collar. Says Greek letters, Larson. No.
50 Shades of Gryffindor.
No, but this is how they escape. They escape Gringotts. There was no way to escape Gringotts, but this was the way, and Hermione figured it out.
They've added the Gemino curse. Everything you touch will multiply.
Which is a weird thing, considering it's in a vault. Does that mean that
it doesn't last
just getting
forever?
More vowel? Oh, okay. It will reunite or what have you?
Yeah, eventually the fake stuff will disappear. But the idea is, I guess, if you touch enough of it, you're just gonna get drowned or crushed. But Griphook says that well, I told you I could get you in, but I didn't say anything about getting you out. And he makes off with the sword.
What a prick.
Yes. Well, he doesn't trust wizards, even though this one showed respect to other creatures that he hadn't seen before. But that wasn't enough for him.
Well, isn't that something that goblins do? Isn't that like they are selfish and greedy and shit?
Well, no, the reason why, well, in a way, but the reason why Griphook takes the sword, he doesn't believe he's stealing it. He believes it belongs to goblins first. And then the property ownership of items for goblins are that whoever made it owns it. So of course they might sell it to a wizard, but then when that wizard loses ownership of it, it should go back. Their thinking is that it should go back to another goblin before it is redistributed. And to not do that is that thievery. And so he's just taking back what's his, according to him.
You throw me the idol, I'll throw you the whip.
No time to argue.
So where does it go once it's freed?
I don't know how.
I don't know.
Dragons
work. It's never really revealed. I know
Okay.
it takes a drink of water, and the kids jump off its back, and this goblin.
Yeah, this was kind of terrifying. It was great, though, because I was just like, oh, yeah, no, he's just going to lay waste to everything. I was surprised when that other sort of teller, bank manager, or what have you, was absolutely flambéed.
Yeah. Yeah, and then his little coins fall down.
It's a Lord of the Rings situation. Why didn't they just take the dragon everywhere?
Because the dragon would have had them for lunch.
Oh, okay.
Once it got over. Right now, it's in a revelry of being freed, and it's just thirsty, and it's just trying to acclimate to not being chained up again.
Mm-hmm.
Even it was even difficult to get it moving in the first place. It didn't realize it was free at first, and even Hermione is concerned about that. What I hope it's that he's going to be okay, but yeah, he's a dragon. He'll figure it out. He's got his fire. It's still working. BJ Bear is here. Goes to the local watering hole, a lake, not bar.
Yeah, dragons can't drink vodka. Very messy.
Okay, so Voldemort's figuring out that the items in which he's placed his soul are being destroyed. He's catching on to the secret here, and he wondered why. He knew why he didn't feel it when the Riddle Diary was destroyed, because he was non-corporeal, but he thought he would feel it afterwards, and he didn't. So that's disturbing to him. And The kids once again are doused in the water. They jump in the lake and they're very, very cold. And Harry says he knows if we find all the Horcruxes. Oh wait,
He knows if we find and destroy all the Horcruxes, we'll be able to kill him.
oh, and I like this line.
Snape's headmaster now. We can't just walk through the front door.
One does not simply walk into Mordor.
That was sneaky.
That just reminded me of that.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Where are we going now? Oh yeah. Oh, and he's so angry at this that he just kills everybody in the room. And even Bellatrix was there, but she made it out though. He was just indiscriminately murdering everyone. He was really angry. and of course, Griphook was still there, so he's also killed. And so the sword of Gryffindor is no longer in his possession as he dies, so it disappears.
That sword really has a mind of its own.
It really does. Goblins made it. They think they own it, but it has a mind of its own. And so we meet the person who actually had the other mirror. It's supposed to be another mirror, not part of it's not supposed to be the same mirror like the movie shows. It's a whole separate mirror. They're two-way mirrors. Anyway, it's Aberforth, and they had to the actor that they have for this. They had to put a lot of makeup and stuff to make him look like Michael Gambon. Oh, I think there's a video that I like about this. Let me see if I can bring it up. I didn't. Let's see.
Gorilla in the chat says, "Where's my equal representation? If I have to see Harry and Ron topless, I want to see Hermione topless."
I did not even consider that. No, you can't have that, Gorilla. I'm sorry.
That's
the thing
not
is
the way
that
it works societally.
I was told very specifically that we weren't going to sexualize the children.
That's right. You're correct. We are not going to do that. But what we are going to do is, I don't know if I need to play the whole 2 minutes. Let's see. Let's start here.
How old are they in this movie? Are they 17, 18? All right.
They're supposed to be 17 because it's the 7th year.
Okay, so there you go. They are of age. Stop fighting over making the children's movies sexy.
Yeah,
Harry's
that works, and
Harry's 17. I'm not sure about Ron and Hermione.
some things you can keep to yourself.
11 plus 6. When is
Stop
Hermione's
it, please.
birthday?
Harry.
You don't have to read them.
Can you hear the video?
Not at all.
Afraid not.
Oh. What
we have
happened?
the live chat up, which
Okay,
is
here we
taking a
go.
dive. A worse dive than a thirsty blind dragon.
Nothing
Yeah,
worse.
no, you were correct at the beginning where you said we're not going to do that. And so we
Right.
just don't do that.
Okay. I guess we can watch the bling ring for that.
Dumbledore's brother.
Harry's had so many challenges in his journey, his odyssey to kind of beat Voldemort, and the biggest is this moment with Aberforth.
Do yourself a favor, boy. Go home. Live a little longer.
In a way, Aberforth is almost like the last test. He's giving me another chance to turn back and to pack it all in. Actually, we're never going to win this. And it's the moment when Harry decides to go, if I don't carry on with this, what am I going to do?
It was quite interesting because in a way, you're working on a blank canvas. It's this kind of guy who lives underground. He's very basic. He's of the earth. But once you're informed about the childhood memory of what happened with his brother, you play it through a memory and an emotion. And you hope that all this will then present it visually.
Yeah. The makeup, I think, on Kieran is the best makeup that's ever been done on any of the films. It's astonishing how to make him look that much like Michael Gambon, while still there being just enough subtle differences for it to be a brother rather than an identical twin.
It's very hard to find yourself in there. It's a fairly heavy disguise. Comes in 3 parts, really. What they've done is they've made me some little eye bags just in here that they then push into the skin, and then they've given me, which you can't see from the eyes up, to give me this big forehead that Michael has, that I don't.
No, it was good. I was surprised.
Oh, that's remarkable. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've never seen
Yeah,
that.
that's some good stuff. that was one of my favorite ones. And Greek Letters Larson says the chat has a mind of its own, like the Gryffindor blade. Yeah, that's true. And I do appreciate all the conversations that you guys have in the chat, even if I don't read all of them. And so that's definitely, well, Aberforth is a whole big, very interesting thing. And well, because Harry never knew that Dumbledore had a brother before he died. Dumbledore never really talked about his family, and yeah, so he thinks and Aberforth thinks the battle's over. Harry doesn't think so. He thinks that there's that.
The order's finished.
But there's more to it than that. He talks about how his brother sacrificed many things on his journey to finding power, including Ariana, and that's something that we don't really talk about too much, and we don't talk about it at all really in the movie, but they talk about it in the books, obviously, about how Ariana was tortured by those muggles and how her dad ended up killing those muggles and going to Azkaban for it, and Dumbledore's mother dies, and Dumbledore comes back to the family to take care of things and take care of his sister, because he wants Aberforth to keep going to school, even though Aberforth was fine with taking care of Ariana. And then, of course, Dumbledore gets into it with Grindelwald and kind of doesn't really take as good of care of Ariana. And there's a disagreement between Aberforth and Grindelwald, and there's a duel. Then the duel happens, and the most important thing about the duel is that no one knows exactly who killed Ariana. And in the mess, she releases magic that is really powerful, and so one of them stops her, and Dumbledore doesn't know if he's killed his own sister. That's the most terrifying thing of it, and he doesn't forgive himself for that. And that's something that Harry tells Aberforth, because Aberforth never knew how much that pained Dumbledore and how much he did care. Aberforth thinks that Dumbledore only ever cared about himself, that he only ever wanted to be a powerful wizard, finding those Deathly Hallows, just focused on just that, and that he didn't really care about his family. And Harry's saying, no, he did. And I'll tell you how I know that. I saw when we were getting the locket Horcrux, and Dumbledore was drinking that water, and he was being tortured, and what tortured his mind the most was that his family was hurt. And so that's what Harry clues him in on. It is so sad. Data's word, I agree. It is it's a tragedy that Dumbledore lived that, but he never shares it with people. He keeps it to himself. And so Harry only learned it recently through all of this. But there wasn't time for that in the movies, so the main thing Aberforth also provides, he's in the Hog's Head, and there's a secret passage. All of the other secret passages, the ones that you can find on the Marauders map, have been closed off by the Death Eaters. So this is the only way in, through Ariana's painting. So this is their sister. And so so we get to, this is the only way to enter Hogwarts. This is the only way to evacuate from Hogwarts for the good guys at this point.
Is there supposed to be slides up right now?
There should be slides.
I'm not seeing any slides. It's just the 5 of us. Is anybody else seeing slides?
No, there are no slides, but I was telling the story anyway, so I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, here they are. Yeah, they're back.
Thanks.
Yeah, I do love this with Aberforth. And his memory of Dumbledore being so different from how we think of Dumbledore.
Mm-hmm. I love that backstory in the 7th book. It was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Added a lot of intrigue and layers to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do like seeing a different perspective, because Harry revered Dumbledore for so long. He didn't know there was another side to him. And Dumbledore is not proud of what he did in his search for the Deathly Hallows with Grindelwald. And it took a tragedy in his family to realize how wrong he was in pursuing what he was trying to do. Pretty crummy way to see the light. Bellatrix is the hot mess. Well, she didn't have her leather and all that. Well, because it wasn't really Bellatrix's. Hermione dressing in the best black clothes that Fleur Delacour had. She's lucky she had any at all. Fleur is kind of like a princess. Helena Bonham Carter. Greek letters, yes. Oh, and Eugene knew that too. PJ Bear says, I thought I could see burns on him. Oh, you think so? There might have been, because I think in a previous script they did mention the burning, and so maybe in production they did show pain, but eventually they tuck away the burning part from the script, at least. DJ Knight says, DJ Knight likes to make up dialogue for the movie. He says that Hermione Granger says, Harry, she zabs Bellatrix with her wand. I'll defeat her myself with a good spell. Expecto Venetia. She zabs Bellatrix to vanish. That's a very creative, DJ Knight. Oh, we will see Bellatrix defeated. That's going to be good. The payment was a rental, not a purchase. And let's see here. At the lowest point, how is JK going to fix all this in an hour? They did an awesome job of not making it feel rushed or unnatural. A skill J.J. Abrams hasn't mastered. I don't think he wants to master that. He likes his elementary blocks.
I fear that JJ rarely worries about the ending.
No, he's just like, how much cool stuff can we make happen? And then, you could figure out how to write it later around all the weird things that I make happen.
Audiences love questions. They don't want answers.
Right. Oh, mystery box.
I did.
No, I know. It's ridiculous.
Low specs Linux Gaming says, yeah.
I'm just still bitter about Lost, but that's not this.
Me too. In the books, eventually all the Death Eaters are given silver body parts to be controlled by Voldemort. No, but that's a funny idea. But that is how Wormtail dies, and we did talk about that in the last live stream. But we're headed back to Hogwarts. That's what I've been waiting for. And Harry says he's getting by on his trust. He trusts Dumbledore. He trusts the mission that he's on. And I'm so happy I have milk again. This coffee is delicious. And so, without Harry at school, who's in charge of the resistance at Hogwarts? It's Neville. And so he's telling about how the Carrows are now taking over the school. The Carrow siblings are forcing the kids to perform dark magic on each other. And Neville has been cut up as a punishment for not complying with this. He was supposed to do the Cruciatus curse on a first year. He refused, so he was punished. Way worse than even Umbridge. I think that's something they say is they're way worse than even Umbridge, and that's still pretty bad. And his courage to do this, to be the leader of the Dumbledore's army, is from having watched Harry be defiant. And it just so happens that Neville is very good at this.
Yeah, Neville's pretty rad in this.
He is. He's grown a lot. He's most improved character, kind of like Nog in Deep Space Nine.
Oh yeah, good call.
Oh, and okay, I've seen the secret message, and we will see you soon, Tiger Stripes. There are no goodbyes with Tiger Stripes today until the live stream is over anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So she will return as she can, and we will appreciate it. Oh, I meant to get a clip of Harry's return because the music swells. Everyone gets so excited. This is the thing everybody's been waiting for. Because
well, and it was
the kids have been holding up in the room of requirement.
Well, and I thought it was a nice production sort of touch with the score. It's the first time, because usually you start off the movie with the sort of chimes of the Harry Potter theme, and you don't get to hear that until he returns to Hogwarts, which I thought was like, yes, great.
Yeah, and that's what you had to wait for. You had to wait for that moment. And there's a small bit of the idea of the Potter Watch radio broadcast. And as the kid is relaying the message that Harry's back, but he says, lightning has struck. And so, of course, this is what the movie uses to call all the Order members and the kids who've already graduated back to the school, instead of using Hermione's cool fake galleons, which we've talked about those before. They're kind of like the good size version of the Dark Mark. Way to communicate. And Harry lets them know that they have to find something, but they don't know what that something is. They can't tell them that it's a Horcrux, but they're still willing to help. And Luna says that it's probably Rowena Ravenclaw's lost item.
There isn't a person alive today who's seen it.
And Luna with the outside the box thinking, loved it. Well, don't you see, Harry? We just have to talk to someone who's not alive.
Right. And so we get a scene here, not in the books, but I still really like it. It's Snape trying to find out where Harry is.
Any person found to have knowledge of these events equally guilty.
Oops.
Very ominous.
Yes. Yes.
The most useless spy in the history of spies.
Well, and then this is where McGonagall, they have their duel, which isn't much of a duel. It's kind of just like McGonagall saying, "Get out of here," and he leaves.
It begs the question why, since she just kind of walks up to him and does that, it's like, why didn't you do that a long time ago? It's like, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, right. Well, I don't know. I think I had that problem with it too. Like, why are you letting these Death Eaters curse these children? You realize the children could be cursed so badly that they go as insane as Neville parents did, and you shouldn't be allowing that, McGonagall. Like, what's going on with you? It does bother me quite a bit, and I just the only thing I can decide is that it's a fear. There's a fear that maybe if she did resist, they'd just send worse Death Eaters than the Carrows, and maybe she thinks she can handle the Carrows if something really bad happens. But if there are too many Death Eaters, I don't know. I don't know her reasoning. I would love to ask her.
I kind of got the impression, and this might have been revealed more in the book, but I got the impression that once Harry's there, and then he reveals that Snape is the one who actually killed Dumbledore, that's what makes McGonagall go, "Oh no."
Yeah, it's only when Harry does return does she take action to take care of the school. Starting by firing Snape.
Right. But also, like, it's not just Snape becoming the headmaster, but also like the Ministry of Magic is basically taken over as well. She's kind of powerless, and now when it is revealed that Snape was responsible for the death of Dumbledore, that's when she's like, okay, that's the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm done with all of this.
And that is so true that the actual Minister of Magic shows up later on in the battle that we don't really see. We don't see in the movie, but he's there. So that's how bad it is. And there goes Snape, the Snape-shaped hole in the Great Hall.
Coward.
And so Voldemort does a sort of magic that projects his voice like an intercom, where he asks for Harry Potter and nobody will be hurt, and they have an hour. And so Pansy thinks this is a good idea.
Someone grab him!
Way to go, lady. You just had your entire house put into the dungeon for that little outburst.
Yeah.
Minus 10 points to Slytherin.
Oh, no, they minus all their points to Slytherin. Eventually, during the battle, all the Slytherin beads fall out of the hourglass thingy.
Oh.
That's right.
Students, out of bed! They are supposed to be out of bed, you blithering idiot.
That's great.
That's a really well done.
What's going on, dude?
I kind of like Filch in this movie because he's so ineffectual. But yes, he does lead them. He's supposed to be evacuating them because it isn't just it isn't just the Death Eaters from Harry's year, which are all basically children of, not the Death Eaters. It's not just the Slytherins from Harry's year, which are all basically children of Death Eaters, is what I meant to say. So they're all, like you said, not all Slytherins are bad. So there's going to be underage Slytherins that are supposed to be escorted through the entrance, the exit, through Ariana's portrait through Hogsmeade. And so J.K. Rowling confused me because she did an interview after all this and saying that she actually meant to have a few Slytherins besides Professor Slughorn stay and fight. And so for a while I believed that was true, but it's not anywhere in the books. It's not in the movie. So
yeah, because in the movie she says send them to the dungeon, right?
Right.
instead of going to Hogsmeade.
Right.
And it's like, you know, to your point that not all the Slytherins are in on it or in favor of it, to me it seems like when this whole battle's over, Slytherin House won't really exist, because why would any of the students want to get there? Oh, you think that just because I'm in Slytherin House, I'm like a Nazi? Really? Oh, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Like, screw you. I'm going to go to another school.
Well, that's just how they were portrayed from Harry's perspective, because there are only like 40 students in Harry's year, so about 10 of them are Slytherin, and they're portrayed as straight up villains in the books, precisely because they were the ones in Harry's year actually were kind of villains. They were children of Death Eaters, Draco Crabbe, Malfoy, and lots of others. And if they weren't children of Death Eaters, they were sympathetic to them. And so not all Slytherins are bad, but all the ones in Harry's year probably were.
Well, the ones she wrote about in the books were, because there weren't too many Slytherin characters in the book.
That's why I wanted to know more about the 6 years, who might have turned 17, because the only people who were allowed to fight in the battle turned 17, and so 6 years might have turned 17. And they could have fought if they wanted, but we don't hear of any.
Yeah.
And so the only Slytherin we have fighting in battle is Slughorn. So that's a whole thing. Yeah. Who would want to be in Slytherin House after this? That is a good question.
Exactly.
They're not all bad. It's just a
And it seems like
unfortunate,
given that Voldemort is the embodiment, because the way they told it in the Chamber of Secrets is that, oh yeah, Salazar totally left because he was just totally very much like Voldemort, bigoted, all this stuff. Oh, you shouldn't teach Muggle children, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, then why did you continue to honor him and having a house named after him and everything? Once you found out that he did actually build a chamber and put a monster in there to murder other children, it's like, why do we still have Slytherin?
That is a really good question. Like, change it to Merlin or something.
Yeah.
Pick a good Slytherin. I think I'm with you, Kat.
I don't know. It's a weird school where they set up their own antagonists.
But I think they keep it because it's history, and that he is a founder, like it or not.
Mm-hmm. A founder who planted a monster to kill all the Muggle-born children.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yep.
Can't argue with that.
To lead Miss Parkinson and the rest of Slytherin House from the hall.
That would actually be a great hiding place, come to think of it. If they left the Chamber of Secrets intact, they could go down there and safely hide or something. That'd be a great place to have Dumbledore's army spring up from the... They're coming through the walls.
They're coming out of the goddamn walls. They got the power. What do you mean they got the power? They're animals, man. All right. Wrong movie. Wrong movie.
Well, speaking of the Chamber of Secrets, Ron and Hermione get that very idea, to go to the Chamber of Secrets to get something to destroy the Horcruxes. And Ron remembers the things can destroy them, because the basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes, because it doesn't have very many. The reason why basilisk venom works is because there's not a lot of antidotes for it. And the most common one being phoenix tears, not feather, phoenix tears. But of course, Fox left a long time ago. Then now all the adults are protecting the school. Actually, did I miss the moment? Yeah, I kind of did. There was a previous moment where Harry reveals himself to Snape before the duel, and the Order of the Phoenix shows up in the background. That was a good moment that I missed.
I think I would just call him Tom Riddle at that point, just to piss him off.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to use that spell.
Yes. And Harry does at the end of the movie. when he's talking to him, just like Dumbledore used to do. Old headmaster's habit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny that McGonagall is super into it, but Mrs. Weasley is still like, oh, this isn't.
She's horrified.
Yeah.
No, this is her biggest fear. I think we've told you before. Molly Weasley's boggart is all of her family dying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really dark.
Well, we're watching the right movie then.
But this is a fun visualization of the protective charms that you don't see too well when you're reading the book, but it's portrayed beautifully here in the movie.
It did kind of remind me of the force field at the beginning of, or at the end of Star Wars Episode 1.
It could be. I think J.K. Rowling was heavily influenced by Lord of the Rings and Star Wars.
That makes sense.
Among other things.
And I know we have to deal with a Ravenclaw. And so I get it. We had to go to a Ravenclaw, but I kind of missed Myrtle. I wanted Myrtle.
Oh, you wanted a... But she is a Ravenclaw too, I think.
See, they could have, but they, still having an actual Ravenclaw, like named after, this house is named after.
Well, they already mixed up how this is all done anyway in the movie. So I'm fine with Luna doing this because I'm glad the movie gives something to Luna to compensate for cutting out her best line from the book. This is actually something that Harry figures out for himself, but Luna helps him in the movie, and that's fine. I'm not too upset with that because it does show that Ravenclaws are brilliant with riddles, and it's a bit of a riddle to figure out, if you can't, if no one's seen it who's alive, talk to someone who's dead. But so I'm not so mad about that, the movie replacement of that, but they did take out my favorite Luna line, and I wonder if I should read it now or later.
I'll do it now, just so you don't forget.
Do it now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. If I skip it, I'm gonna forget later. But all of this is important, so please be patient.
Just want to say hello to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Who are you saying hello to?
Oh, Shannon Ryan.
Shannon? Hello, Shannon. How are you? So I'm going to read my favorite Luna scene from the books. He raised his wand, but a dull hopelessness was spreading through him. How many more lay dead that he did not yet know about? He felt as though his soul had already left half his body. Harry, come on! Screamed Hermione. And so there was a bunch of Dementors and Harry, Ron, and Hermione's Dementors. I'm paraphrasing this part. Their Dementors don't really do much. They phase out. And then 3 more people had arrived out of the darkness to stand beside them, their wands outstretched, continuing to cast their Patronuses. Luna, Ernie, and Seamus. That's right, Luna said encouragingly, as if they were back in the room of requirement and this was simply a spell practice for the DA. That's right, Harry. Come on, think of something happy. Something happy, he said, his voice cracked. We're all still here, she whispered. We're still fighting. Come on now. There was a silver spark, then a wavering light, and then, with the greatest effort it had ever cost him, the stag burst from the end of Harry's wand. And that's the quote. Oh, I gotta go. I've got to be right back. I'm getting a call, and it's calling and calling and calling. So that's why I flubbed the reading briefly, because I'm getting a call. I have to call back. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
So
no.
Oh yeah, I'll keep talking. This whole thing with her, I wish they had gone. This is why they should have gone into this in the 6th movie a lot. Because it's like, okay, it's a diadem, whatever. But you get the significance of it and how he came to these items a lot more in the book than in the movie. It
Well, and
feels kind of like a half-assed scavenger hunt in that if you didn't read the book, it's like, okay, we're looking for this now, we're looking for that, but you don't really connect the dots in terms of the significance of the items.
Well, yeah. And the thing is that with the charm and Tom Riddle's diary having been set up and presented in the previous films, and then when we are finding out about, okay, where's our next fetch quest going? I just accept. I didn't even intellectualize it. It was just like, and we know this other Horcrux is here. And it's like, okay, we'll go there. But I didn't really think about how. But I guess Bellatrix, she was in charge of 2 of them. She was in charge of the charm, wasn't she? No.
The charm for what?
Well, the one that they destroyed in the last movie.
Oh yeah,
with the sword. She was the one. Wasn't she the one who swapped it out for the fake one? No, that was Sirius Black's brother.
Yeah, Regulus Arcturus Black.
Right. But they're all like Bellatrix Lestrange is a Black, isn't she? She's part of the family.
Yeah, she's part of the family.
She is. She was a good she was a good member of the Black family. She married pure blood. She did everything she was supposed to do. That's why her name isn't scratched on the tapestry.
Right.
But what are we talking about?
Oh, we're just talking about the Horcruxes and how they were essentially I believe Kat said a half-assed scavenger hunt, but the books definitely sort of impart more history to them.
Well, yeah,
PvP
very
is
very
here.
important stuff. Well, I think like you said, if they would have done more of those backstories in the Half-Blood Prince, that would have helped with all of the meaning, making all the Horcruxes a lot more meaningful. And hello to PvP. Glad you really like this film. That's incredible. And it's important to like the last one. If you like the last one, then you can bring it all together some way. And the diadem is important. And so we're learning about that one. And this is Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. And so she's, well, and Eugene Bird said it earlier.
He defiled it with dark magic.
Yeah, that was crazy. And her eyes go all buggy. It was cool. Made me scared.
Great effects.
It was kind of a jump scare. Jump scare.
Harry's promises to destroy. Well, yeah, she knows how to haunt.
Yes.
But she helps Harry understand where to find the Horcrux. But I miss all of the fun backstory. Fun because murder is fun. Backstory that leads to her being ghost of the school. Datazord asked a question. What was that question? Do each Horcrux have special magical ability? They all basically impart some of Voldemort's power. His whole soul is in each of these items, and so they can all communicate. They can communicate as if they are a piece of Voldemort himself, and they can taunt the person who wants to destroy it and they can manipulate and charm people the same way that Tom can. But I don't think they all have different. I don't think they have different magical abilities. They're just all pretty much the same, but weaker as you go along, because each time that you split your soul in half and in half and in half and in half, it gets to where I think Voldemort himself has less than a percentage of his soul within him. I think I never actually done the math on it, but if you keep cutting things in half, that's
that's why he looks so. His appearance is so morphed.
Right, he's become reptilian. Definitely. So I think the later Horcruxes might have less of his soul in it, and that's why. And so Harry has, being the last Horcrux made, has the least of his soul in him, which is why when we see that little piece of squiggling thing on the ground, that's That's a small part of Voldemort's soul. They don't have special abilities, is what I meant. It says they deserve. Yes, correct. And you're not wrong. I do believe that J.K. Rowling was inspired by Lord of the Rings Greek letters, Larson, who says, "One Horcrux to find them all, and in the darkness bind them." Oh, sorry, wrong movie.
I like that series of jokes that he's keeping going throughout this whole series.
You're absolutely right, though. But I do like the story about the diadem of Ravenclaw. It imbues the wearer with greater wisdom. And, I would wear it. And so would Helena. In fact, that's why she stole it from her mom. And, her mom, the Hogwarts founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. Her mother never bothered her about it, really, until Rowena knew she was about to die. And so she wanted to see her daughter one more time. So she had someone who had a crush on her go and find her. And this is who became the Bloody Baron, who became the Slytherin house ghost.
That's right. And you did see him briefly in the very first movie, I think.
Yeah, right. He's being all goofy and stuff, but he's like actually in despair.
Yeah.
And once the Baron finds her, Helena refuses to go with him. He becomes angry and jealous at Helena's freedom, so he stabs her to death, and then he's immediately sorry for what he's done, so then he kills himself. And then, as penance for for his wrongdoing, he decides to wear chains for the rest of his afterlife.
Like Jacob Marley.
Jacob Marley?
From A Christmas Carol.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Christmas Carol. Yes. Exactly. That's a fair point. That's probably exactly the inspiration for that. And then Helena hides the diadem in Albania. Tom Riddle eventually flatters and charms this information from Helena and retrieves it. Makes it a Horcrux, and Harry figures that Tom must have hid it where he returned to Hogwarts. When he returned to Hogwarts for the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, which is another flashback from Half-Blood Prince that we should have seen. I would have loved to see that one. And that's the story of the diadem and why it's important and why Tom turned it into a Horcrux. Because all the Horcruxes he makes are very important to him, and I think that he ever loved. He never loved a person, but the only thing he ever really loved was Hogwarts itself. And so that's why he collects all of the Hogwarts related items to put his soul into.
Huh, that's interesting. That Voldemort is very much a materialist. He doesn't care for people. He likes stuff.
Yeah, stuff and living forever.
Yes. So he can play with his stuff.
Right, right. Well, if you remember meeting him when he was just a kid, he was stealing stuff from everybody that he was bullying. So it had started early. Let's see. Oh, let me catch up with the chat. I think this is a good moment to catch up with the chat. Let's see how we're doing. We're doing okay. I don't yeah, we're doing fine. Where was I? So the only problem with this is finding where I was. Cosmo from Fairly Odd Parents Coffee. Coffee. Everyone loves coffee.
It's well.
That reminds me, I still need to get Janeway clips about coffee.
That makes sense.
The finest organic suspension ever devised. Greek Letters Larson says Neville has something to do in this movie. He finally accomplishes something. Well, but it's been building. It's been building from the start of Neville, all the way from when he was a little kid and nobody in his family thought he was going to get his letter until his stupid uncle throws him out a window and Neville doesn't die. He bounces and they're like, "Yeah, you're actually a wizard." We're so surprised. And so he's been kind of beaten down his whole life by his own family, and even his grandmother doesn't think that he's living up to his parents' legacy. And she even gives him their wand, and he breaks his father's wand, and he thinks that his grandmother's going to be angry, but this was in the battle of the ministry, the Department of Mysteries. And but she's actually, that was the first moment that his grandmother was actually proud of him and bought him a new wand. And after getting that new wand, because like the common theme in this entire movie, in this entire series, is the wand chooses the wizard. And now Neville actually has a wizard wand. Now he actually has a wand that listens to him, that is connected to him, and that is loyal to him. And so his wizardry skills have gone up substantially ever since after the fifth movie. And I think that's helped bring up his courage, as well as how much he's learned in being part of Dumbledore's army, learning directly from Harry, being inspired by everything that Harry does, has built Neville up. And so I think from the fifth book onward is when he comes into his own. And in this one, you see the culmination of that, where he's the leader of Dumbledore's army. With Luna helps.
Of course, Luna helps.
So Harry has been busy. That's a wonderful room.
Well,
and in the end, yeah, that's true.
Doesn't
doesn't
that girl? Yeah.
Sorry.
Greek letter says, in the end,
Go
Snape
ahead,
gets
read
a
it.
fitting ending. They throw him from the top floor of the Nakatomi Plaza. Damn it! Wrong movie again.
Yeah, that's what I was giggling about. So yes, thank you, Greek letters. What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say one of the, because many Bothans died during this battle, and isn't one of them the girl that was like all hung up on Ron?
Wait, who's hung up on Ron? Who
Remember
dies?
when? Yeah.
Oh, Lavender Brown. Yeah,
Yeah.
in the movie, Lavender Brown dies.
But
In
not
the
in the
books,
book.
we're not sure. We're not sure.
Okay.
Actually, it's inconclusive, and J.K. Rowling won't tell us.
Oh.
Either she dies or becomes a werewolf. So either way, not a good ending for Lavender Brown.
Nope. Cake or death? I'll take cake, please. Nope, we're all out.
And let's see. Oh, Theta Zord is getting some love here, some friendliness from DJ Knight. DJ Knight is really friendly and nice. And oh yeah, you did say hello to Shannon, Ryan.
Yeah.
She says, I love McGonagall. I do too. And not only does Neville get a lot of great scenes, McGonagall gets a lot of great scenes too. With protecting Hogwarts, doing all the protective enchantments, and getting rid of Snape.
Well, and she's basically the headmistress now, right? Once Snape is kicked out? Yeah.
That's correct. And
what house is McGonagall?
Up until now, too. She's Gryffindor.
She is
Stall
Gryffindor?
for
Okay.
Ravenclaw, but she's Gryffindor. Yes.
Okay.
She's head of house for Gryffindor, so I guess they're going to have to come up with a new head of Gryffindor house. Oh, right. Oh, it's not a spoiler because we finished the series. Neville goes back to Hogwarts to become a professor, and
oh, nice.
And he becomes. Does he become head of house? That would make sense if he did.
Well, he's the MVP. Like I know Harry does eventually do away with Voldemort, but like he is the one who takes care of the last Horcrux.
He does. PvP says this film was well placed from the beginning. I found no boring padding in this one. Oh, good. Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, I just keep going on.
I agree with the director in terms of watching 1 and 2 back to back. I feel like I should do that and see it as one continuous story. But and this is how I feel whenever I see something that it takes, like if it splits up and there's a cliffhanger in the last movie, and then they come in with basically a continuation of the same story. It's not starting up a new plot. It's running with what we've already established. And I thought that this movie was a little slow to start up with, but I was okay with it because I was anticipating that being just a thing that happens when you have a 2-part movie.
Well, yeah, because they got to get the action going again, and they eventually do.
They do. But again, you still have to have like a last time at Hogwarts kind of thing going on.
Mm-hmm. You got to remind you, hey, we're trying to kill these Horcruxes.
Yes.
But
like at the beginning of the movie, it's basically just interviews and what are we going to do, and then it's not until they go to the vaults that things started kicking into gear.
Oh, there's something.
In my hey, look, it's Jim Kirk.
Okay, it's kind of dangerous to bring up these videos, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, should I do this one or this one first? Let's do this one first.
Do the good one.
No, I'm gonna do the good one next.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's stop that screen. Share this one. Okay, let me know if you can hear this.
Okay. Is it playing?
Did you hear that?
Did not.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Meanwhile.
Let's try again. It should be.
Unfortunately,
What
it
is
seems.
This? Oh, not that one. That's not the one I want to share anyway.
That's clip 6.
Yeah.
Not this one?
Not that one.
All right.
Next one.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Thanks.
There we go.
Trouble kind of keeping a straight
Yes,
face.
I can hear.
Yeah, it just wasn't working. Sorry. And I just said to Rupert, don't be Rupert, forget Rupert, just be Ron. Just let Ron take over in that moment. And I said the same thing to Emma, let Hermione take over in that moment. And Emma, as ever, is so smart. She knows that rather than doing 27 takes, she knew if she committed really early, we'd get it. I saw her make the decision in her eyes. I saw her think, I'm going to have to really go for it.
I just kind of had to put the incredible amount of history that I have with Rupert aside and be Hermione.
So she really went for it, much to Rupert's surprise. He just went boom, right in there.
I mean, when we were doing it, they're in a huge amount of danger. They've nearly just died. And I think in that moment, it's about both of them realizing, if we're going to die tonight, the one thing I actually want to do is kiss you.
Once we did it, it was it. Because I think it's quite a natural kind of thing. That was great, we got it.
That was a lovely moment. I really appreciated that culmination of the flirting and will they, won't they, and it wasn't gratuitous. It was really heartfelt. I really liked it.
I think it's really natural, both in the movies and the books. And I did like that they kept it in that Hermione kills that Horcrux because she needed to kill one. And so she killed that one.
Yes.
But I love the reason why, well, since they cut out the house elves, that's why the kiss is different. And so in the books, the reason why Hermione kisses Ron is because Harry says, the house elves, they'll all be down in the kitchen, won't they? Oh, wait, no, that's Ron. Ron says that. And Harry says, you mean we ought to get them fighting? Asked Harry. No, said Ron seriously. I mean, we should tell them to get out. We don't want any more Dobbies, do we? We can't order them to die for us. And there was a clatter as the basilisk fangs cascaded out of Hermione's arms. Running at Ron, she flung them around his neck and kissed him full on the mouth. Ron threw away the fangs and broomstick he was holding and responded with such enthusiasm that he lifted Hermione off her feet. Is this the moment? Harry asked weakly. Nothing was happening except that Ron and Hermione gripped each other still more firmly and swayed on the spot. He raised his voice. Oi, there's a war going on here. And that's it.
Wow.
That's the kissing.
Does war make you horny, Randy? No, but I thought it was great because they've obviously been toying around with it, playing with it, and building up to that moment, and it was really sweet.
It was a good moment. I like them both, and that's one part where I like both the movie and the book. They're both good. There's a weird thing in this movie where I know that the Elder Wand doesn't really have allegiance to Voldemort, so it's not working for him properly, and it only does good magic because Voldemort's a good wizard. But I don't understand that part where the wand is being split, where like it's getting damaged.
Right.
I don't know why they
he's
put
trying
that
to
in.
force it to work for him, and it's not going to. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Because he keeps trying to will all his most powerful magic, and it's like, no, you're not. You can't use me.
Well, and that, as you mentioned before, in terms of the importance of the wand chooses the wizards, and even though Voldemort is, very powerful, the wand can still fight back. And there's a misunderstanding as to how. And wait, it doesn't that precipitate? So the wand starts to split, and that's when Voldemort goes to Snape and says, "Yeah, I gotta kill you. Sorry," because then the wand will work.
Yeah, because he's trying to figure out why it won't respond to him and the way that he's expecting. Because this is supposed to be the best wand ever, so this should be better than my original wand, and it's not better than my original wand. So there's something wrong.
Right.
Well, he's also wrong in thinking that you have to kill the person who owned it. Well, you don't. You just have to disarm them.
Yes.
Yeah. You just have to disarm and claim ownership to the wand, and it's yours.
Well, that's also one of Voldemort's problems is when all you have is hammer, everything in the world is a nail. So, this isn't working. I have to kill someone.
Yeah. Well, he murders people casually. I think there's a non-book scene in this movie somewhere where he just murders a Death Eater for talking. It's like he was just really upset.
Well, it was after one of the Horcruxes is destroyed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was enough. But that's in character. I totally appreciate that.
Yeah, but it's also a trope, and I didn't mind it because we are dealing with fantasy and stuff. Hey, Keithy. But
Keith.
it is a trope where it's like, oh, how do we show that the bad guy is really, really bad? He'll kill his own people, but it worked here. It worked.
It does. And it worked. Yeah. It does work. Let's do this one next. See, where do I want to start it? Let's start it right here.
In the past, we've worked with a lot of miniatures, but we've built the whole of Hogwarts in the computer this time. So we're not using any miniature work at all.
We've got this digital version of Hogwarts, which allows me to go anywhere within the school.
Come on!
And anywhere outside it, and gives me tremendous freedom to move the camera in and around the place when it's being destroyed. That was quite...
And so that plays into what we have going on next. Oh, no, wait. We don't want to play that one yet. Hold on. Something's playing that's not supposed to play. Let's close that. But yeah, that's exactly where we are. That's exactly where we are in our slides is the So even though the wand doesn't accept Voldemort as its master, it does. Voldemort succeeds in taking down the shield, nonetheless. Let's see, where are those slides? Entire screen. Right there. What was that? I got a text message. I might have to check it. Checking my using my non-magical device. Okay. No, it's not important.
For the purpose of this show, it is a magical device.
Sure, why not? And so yeah, the shield is down, so the Death Eaters are rushing the bridge. And it's time for Neville to activate the explosives that Seamus had set up for the bridge.
Yeah, I like this blowing up the bridge while they're all on it. That's really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great addition to the movie. It's a non-book thing that I think is really great. It's really exciting.
Yeah,
a fun way to show Neville's leadership and also the movie only character edition of Seamus blowing everything up. If you're gonna add something to the character that wasn't there before, it's nice to see a culmination of it.
Well, Seamus in the books also did like blowing stuff up, so that was kind of fun. That he actually gets to use it for something useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really good. And we got another Horcrux destroyed. And what I really love about this, if you tie together what's going on here with what the book has, that there's something that happens in the books that I like about Neville's grandmother.
Right.
She Neville kept giving the Carrows, the Death Eaters, trouble at Hogwarts, so they sent someone after his grandmother. But they didn't send anybody particularly powerful, so she kicked their ass and fled. And basically, I guess they didn't think they had to send her anybody important. But then she sends Neville a letter saying that she's proud of Neville and that he's his parents' son. Which
Yeah,
is
I love that. I really like that twist where they were teasing that maybe Neville was the chosen one, because I always loved Neville, and I thought it would have
Me
been
too.
great if she'd actually gone with that. Because I wouldn't think that would diminish the story at all. I think it would have been really neat.
It would be because they were both born at the end of July. He could have fit the prophecy just as well as Harry. And it was basically the prophecy was made true by the person who was most worried about it. Voldemort basically made the prophecy come true, so he could have very well made imbued his power into Neville just as well as Harry.
Mm-hmm.
But would anybody have given Neville the love charm as Voldemort came to kill him? And so we don't know how that's gonna
Well, I mean, in terms of prophecy, he could still, because again, the chosen one doesn't really mean anything. Is what makes Harry special is that he's a living Horcrux.
Yes, but the living Horcrux only happened because the spell rebounded from the love charm. So you have to have that part.
Right, but I'm saying is that as far as prophecies go, it might not be chosen one in terms of you're the one chosen to become the Horcrux. It could be you're the one who's actually going to end up saving the day in the end. That would be, and I thought that'd be an interesting twist on it. But she teased it, but didn't go for it.
Well, in a way, he kind of does. Like
in the movie, they give him the big triumphant moment when he kills Nagini.
Nagini, yes.
I can't remember. Did he do that in the book?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He does. He kills Nagini. Oh, and everybody in the theater rejoiced. It was loud. The cheering was crazy.
Oh, I remember that. That was fantastic.
It was good. It's good stuff. But I think the reason why J.K. Rowling chose Harry over Neville was Neville was a pureblood and Harry was half-blood, and I think Voldemort related more with Harry, I guess. Harry, because Voldemort's half-blood too, and so he thought, oh well, who's gonna have power like me, it's going to be another half-blood.
That's right. I would have loved it if somebody threw that back in Voldemort's face too, like of how bigoted he is towards Voldemort. It's like, dude, you're a half-blood. What are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, Harry does in the Order of the Phoenix, but only in the books.
Yeah. But that's something that I feel like is just made for a movie. You have to, you gotta throw that in his face.
He should have done that. Let's see. Stuart Craig had been charged with bringing the wonders of Hogwarts to life. Now for the final battle in the Deathly Hallows Part 2, it was his job to destroy the school. But he explains he still designed ruined architecture just as carefully as he designed complete architecture. He wanted good silhouettes, good shapes, good sculpture. And due to the actor's availability, we didn't actually end the filming with the destruction scene. That explains Craig. We had to destroy a bit of the Great Hall, the entrance hall, and the courtyard, and then we had to build it back up again. We did the ruined scenes first, and the intact scenes later. There wasn't a sense of taking apart this complete and beautiful set and smashing it apart. It didn't happen that way. The smashing took place first.
It's interesting. So it'd be like, I'd film the stuff with it intact, and then you film the smashing of it, and then you film in the ruins. But I guess they did reverse. Interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was odd also. I thought it would be easier the other way around, right? Because you already have everything together. I was still waking up, but hey, it's Stark of Iron. Hey, good morning to you in the afternoon.
That went well.
Yes. Well, it went well because, you didn't fall to your death like the other Death Eaters, so that's good.
What a legend.
He is. Yeah, we were talking about Neville quite a bit just now. I agree. He is. Well, it's really just because he's so relatable. The way he starts off and the way he eventually succeeds.
Well, and yes, I agree. If you guys covered it, then I agree with what you said.
Well, but I don't know what you were going to say. It could have been something different.
Well, and because Harry Potter is so obviously the chosen one and the prophecy and all of that jazz, and so his name's in the title. We know he's going to be, the victor. But it's nice to see the side characters, and that's why I think it's also so good to see Ron get Hermione, because you start off the movies and you think, or the books, and you think that it's going to be Hermione and Harry, and it's like, no, Ron gets something. He's not just a third wheel. And Neville, who starts off as unsure of himself and unaware, and then he is the guy who defends Hogwarts. Like, even when he's taunting and he's like, "You and what army?" And I thought that was an awesome moment. And then he makes all the Death Eaters fall to their death. And then ultimately he comes out swinging, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Exactly. But there's a weird thing where they try to make a Luna romance in the movies. I don't think that was a good addition because it's just not in the books. And Luna ends up marrying Rolf, the grandson of Newt Scamander. And if you look at what Neville ends up doing, he ends up becoming a professor at Hogwarts, and Luna becomes a magizoologist, like David Attenborough, but with more magic. And
whatever happened to her dad?
Their lifestyle wouldn't have fit very well. Her dad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did he die?
I don't know.
Luna's dad.
Luna's dad. I think he's okay. I don't know what happened to Luna's dad. Sorry. Xenophilius. I think as far as I know, he's okay. I don't think he even came to the battle, did he?
No, I think the last time you hear of him is when he betrays them.
Mm-hmm. But that would have been a good redemption arc for him to come to the battle and just be like, "Oh, sorry, I was a dick."
But that also happens with Dumbledore's brother, is that when he does finally show up, I thought that there would be more of a swell of the music to say the guy who didn't want to show up showed up. I liked it.
Yeah, I like that too. But they took away.
I wanted a little bit more of a moment for him.
Yeah.
No, he's fine. He'll be okay. Well, and here's the part of the movie where we're getting into the room of requirement. We know the diadem's in there, and we know Draco and his friends are going to interrupt Harry as he's searching for this diadem. And in the books, of course, it's Crabbe and Goyle, but there was some real life stuff that happened, and so now it's Blaze and Goyle. You seem like you know the story, Kat.
Oh, I know the story. The actor who played Crabbe, the shorter one, got involved in like a knife fight or something. Total stupid gangster type crap, and it's like, yeah, you're not coming back.
Yeah, Jaime Waylett. I'm not sure how to say it.
Yeah.
He got into some criminal activity. First, he was growing marijuana, and then he was like that, and then he got involved with the London riots. He was pictured holding a petrol bomb and swinging from a stolen bottle of champagne.
Yeah, and then the knife fight, I think, is what really was the final thing. It's like, yeah, you're done.
Like we could have handled you smoking a little flower, but this now you're just getting violent.
Yeah,
I've been to Hogwarts, yo.
Yeah. I think you're taking the method acting a bit too far, pal.
He became his character a little too much, yes.
But that's kind of like, when you get like Eddie Furlong or the kid who played Anakin, Jake Lloyd, and I don't know how it goes. There doesn't seem to be much animosity within the Harry Potter community or people, aside from the obvious JK. No one likes JK, or at least most people don't, or at least some people.
I like her.
I'm fine with her, but it is there. There doesn't seem to be. I don't know if it would be something where street toughs would be like, you think you can do something about it? You've been to Hogwarts? You're a wizard, Harry. Like making fun.
Yeah, generally that doesn't happen because these kids were actually pretty sheltered away from normal Hollywood shenanigans, and accepting Crabbe, accepting Wyatt, like everybody else pretty much. Ron's excuse was that there wasn't time to get into trouble. Rupert Grint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he fought the law and the law won.
Plus, they're not filming in the city. That studio is kind of outside London, out in the country, so there's nowhere really for them to go in between shots to get in trouble or anything like that.
Right. Like they can maybe build a bonfire.
Yeah.
Hopefully not with bean fire, as is happening now. So instead of Crabbe setting everything on fire, it's Goyle. So Goyle gets Crabbe's death scene. So now Goyle's dead. Which I guess is fine.
That they really don't pull the punches with how many people die throughout this siege. Yeah. And I thought it was harsh. It was badass. And DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy.
Yes, sorry about that. I'm fussing with things because I want to play another video. Let's see. I don't want to play too much of it, so let's start it right here. Let's start it a minute in. Okay. And then, where am I? Share?
Oh, you had it.
I'm getting better at this.
Another 2-3 times these heights. It's an amazing set because it's probably one of the only sets that has ever been created only by props.
There is no set. Well, actually, there is some set, but it's pretty buried. In fact, I'm struggling to point out a piece to you. There's a piece. Look, if you can pan around to the top of the pile of chairs there, you see that it is the same vaulted structure that the smaller version of this set was. So there is architecture, but it's 65 feet above us.
You just see under here the cores, which are basically scaffolding frames like the one you can see over to my right here, which are clad in just plywood and painted black. And then that provides a very convenient space for the props guys to attach if they're dressing, because obviously it needs to be secure and safe.
They literally filled it with just literally like more stuff than you can ever imagine, like old like World War II trunks and chairs and tables and glasses, instruments that don't exist.
Because we've been shooting 6 films before over 9 years, we have amassed a great deal of props and furniture.
We're at an auction room about 15 miles away from the studio that we come to regularly. Today we're shopping for a variety of sets, so we enjoy just looking here and seeing things. We get inspiration for things that you don't know you want until you see them. We have got 72 containers of props from previous sets, and they're quite empty now. A lot of them are here, and I think it'll be fun for kids to recognise things that they've seen previously in films, and well, it's ended up in the room of requirement.
That is neat.
Yeah, that is cool how they made that.
And again, it's something that I do enjoy after 8 movies. I know he said 7 movies, but that's because they were filming back to back, and so this is the culmination.
Exactly.
And as he said, it is one Deathly Hallows 1 and 2 is one story essentially. But it is so nice to see those like classic definitions of Easter eggs while you're in the room of requirement.
Mm. Yeah, definitely. And well, yeah, and you see Cornish pixies. It's fun. It's a fun callback. Lots of fun callbacks in this room. Easter eggs.
But also the level of danger as well. And so you don't really have time. Like, I'm sure eagle-eyed people have gone over this with a fine-tooth comb.
Oh, I'm sure.
Framed.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a YouTube video out there. All the things in the room of requirement.
Yeah.
But yes.
See, and then he dies, and I'm just like, holy crap. They're not messing around.
I'm gonna kill you!
Yeah, that was in the book too. Harry insists on saving them.
Yeah,
but I'm so glad he did.
Yeah.
Because, like, there was, what was it? Not the last movie, but the movie before. No, maybe it was the last movie. No, it was the movie before. And when basically Harry and Draco are having a shootout in the bathroom, and it's like he wanted to kill Draco before, and now I like that there is sort of that redemption for Harry. Not redemption, but it is maybe a cementing of his character to be like, well, no, we still have to save him. We still have to. I don't like the guy, but we have to.
Yeah, he still doesn't like Draco, but he knows there's something to him because Draco refused to give him up to the Death Eaters when they asked him if this is really Harry, and he didn't call him out.
That's a cool effect there with Voldemort's face in the flames.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a fun way to kill the diadem. I love it too. I want to say hello to Canadian Spider-Man. Thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah. Hey, Spidey. But I do love how the fire reacts like water. So it sort of floods in and splashes up against each other. And so I thought that was a really creative effect. It was scary, but also I was just like, oh, wow, that's pretty rad. And then, of course, Kat, with the Voldemort faces in the flames. I think they really...
there are 3 of them.
Yeah. Well, and when Ron destroyed the charm, the brooch or whatever it was, the locket, and how that really set up. It's like if you destroy the Horcrux, then there's going to be unimaginable evil that is going to confront you when it happens, and they really do it in the last movie, and in this one, it goes quicker, but you get the idea because it was set up in the previous film, and I did appreciate that. It's like, we don't have to go through this every time we destroy a Horcrux, because we know as an audience that it's not easy and it's not fun.
No, it's not a good idea to talk to Tom. He's not ever going to be reasonable, and let's just get this over with.
Yeah. He's intractable.
Yes. And now Voldemort says he needs to protect the snake. The Nagini needs to stay near him. And Harry is saying she's the last one. It's the last Horcrux. Oh no, you're wrong. But we're gonna yes, we do need to kill Nagini. And Lucius is sent off to fetch Snape. That's his main job here. He's very diminished from the Lucius we met before Voldemort came back
they're
to
just
power.
posers. He's not a true believer. Never was.
Yeah.
He was just he's that kind of person who picks whatever side he thinks is going to win.
Well, I mean, he does genuinely feel that same sense of bigotry and arrogance. He's just too much of a coward to actually do anything about it when time comes. That's why ever since Voldemort came back, he's just he's just freaking out. He's so, like you said, he's a shell of his former self. He's not the intimidating Lucius Malfoy from the earlier installments.
He lost his swagger.
His mojo. But that's what I really enjoy about Lucius. And we'll get there when we get to the end.
Enjoy your lunch, Theta Zord.
Yeah. Theta Zord.
Enjoy.
I love you too.
I'm fond of you. But yeah, like I do appreciate that before Voldemort comes back, Lucius is all like, I serve Voldemort. He's obviously like a caretaker to the Dark Lord. But one of the things that happens once Voldemort comes back is that everybody is like really taken aback by how evil Voldemort is, and they all know it was a bad idea, except for Bellatrix. She knew what she was doing the entire time. But everybody else is like, holy shit, nothing is going to be good ever again. And they keep sort of convincing themselves that it's like, if we just do this, then everything's going to go back to normal. And it's like, that's not how evil works, Lucius. So I do appreciate that the power of evil is more evil to evil than anyone else.
A lot of the Death Eaters are only still following Voldemort because they're afraid of, not following him. Karkaroff was a Death Eater, but he didn't follow Voldemort. As soon as his dark mark started burning, he I don't know where he hid, but he escaped somewhere. And he stopped being headmaster at Durmstrang, and he went somewhere to not be found by Voldemort.
Well, and again, not to sort of cross the movie universes, but it reminds me of the Moff in Star Wars. He's like, your sad devotion to that ancient religion hasn't allowed you to conjure up the stolen data plan. And it's like, you think you can be that arrogant as an evil guy to the main evil guy? No, it's not going to work out for you very well. You're going to get choked out, bitch.
Very true.
Yeah, that's basically the nature of it. But we get just a very brief acknowledgement that Oliver Wood is there. I'm a big Oliver Wood fan. Gotta mention that. He's there.
What was?
Yeah, the Death Eaters should have brought broomsticks to get over the the chasms. And
yeah, that would have made sense. And there's Fenrir Greyback mauling Lavender Brown movie. Lavender is definitely dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're glad.
Sure.
No, wait.
Well, she was annoying, but I don't want her dead.
No, that's true. I was too harsh. But that, you know what? When Hermione, Harry, and Ron are running through Hogwarts, and it's like it starts on them, and then it pans up, and you get to see the battle and the giant and everything that's going on. I wish I had seen that in a theater, because that shot alone was epic. And it was just like, oh, wow, no, this is war. This is absolute magic war. I loved it.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of really great scenes. Oh, but Snape is here with Voldemort. There's Nagini.
Oh, it's
Voldemort
so good
says,
too.
Before the night is out, he will come to me. Do you understand?
But he says that to Lucius.
Yeah, he says that to Lucius, but I didn't play it earlier.
Yeah.
And Lucius gets Snape. Snape's here, and this is Snape's final moments talking to Voldemort, trying to reassure him that the one's going to work fine for you. But Voldemort isn't buying it. Oh, Tiger Stripes has returned for a very pivotal moment in the film.
Oh, excellent.
Almost like you planned it.
And yet I did not.
So Voldemort's under the false impression that whoever kills that you earn the Elder Wand by killing the previous owner. So he believes that Snape is the true master of the Elder Wand, and so all he has to do is murder one of his loyal servants to gain the full power of the Elder Wand. And so that is why he murders Snape using Nagini.
Because he's a sadist.
Yeah, no, well, he does derive pleasure from killing. That's not wrong. I think that's basically true, or either pleasure or apathy. Like he doesn't value life except for his own. And Snape has to tell something. He has to tell Harry something that Dumbledore said to wait until the end to tell Harry, and so it's the end. Harry collects the memories in a vial, and that's gonna be a really good scene coming up. Really fantastically done scene.
Oh, but look at that look he gives him when he says, "You have your mother's eyes." Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that look.
Right. Yeah, he's used to everybody else saying it, but Snape's never said that to him before, and that's all Snape wants to do is to look at Lily's eyes. Anyway, I got to step away for just a second.
Okay.
Ooh, we get to vamp.
Yes, I'll be right back.
And Keithy is welcoming you back, Tiger.
Keithy.
Same with DJ Knight.
Hey.
Very happy to have you return.
How nice.
Well, and I don't want to step on, because I'm sure that Jill wants to describe the tear memory. But from my understanding, Snape was in love with Harry's mom, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yes, from the start, the second he laid eyes on her, I think.
Well, and which was also
that fueled his disdain for James, because James was a jerk, and it's like, why do you love a jerk instead of me?
Yes. However, those memories, I was curious as to whether or not those were Snape's perceptions or if they were the reality.
That's a good point.
That can be said of anyone. That's
of course.
A very existential question.
Well, and it just makes me curious.
Well, I am not a solipsist myself. I do believe we share a common reality.
But again, perception does bear some weight.
Well, I mean, I'm fairly certain that Snape's memory of James dangling him upside down and everything was probably real. I don't think he made that up.
Yeah, that's true. But it does, and do you find it to be an exposition dump when we sort of, the true motivations of Severus?
I don't, but I will get to that when we get to that scene in the movies. I have a lot to say about that.
But it's a mystery, and that's part of any mystery. Is there comes a point of the denouement, of where they tell you what happened, and you have to ask yourself if you had figured it out before, or if you hadn't. But that's any mystery, literary mystery.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Again, it's just a matter of of how you perceived it. And I want to give big ups just to every actor says that they want one really great death scene. And Alan Rickman has had a couple. But this one is so heartbreaking because I had so much care for Snape, even though I had been sort of deceived into thinking that he was basically Destro to Voldemort's Cobra Commander.
Did you figure it out before the twist in the movie, or did you not suspect?
Oh no, I had faith in Snape. I didn't know, and I was curious because when he does die, spoilers. When he dies, I was like, oh well, you know what? He killed Dumbledore, so he does have to have that comeuppance. He does have to pay the price for his malfeasance. And so when he died, I was like, oh, I was wrong. I guess Snape was a bad guy the entire time. And then the tear thing happened, and then we go back and we do discover the backstory to Snape, and what motivated him throughout his career. And I enjoyed it. I liked it, and I'm glad that there was sort of a redemption and a sacrifice on his part.
And the whole triple agent thing is, that was so well done. Mm-hmm. So well written.
And also, and later on, when we get to the end of the film, and you find out what Harry's son is named, and it's touching. It's touching because
that last
it
scene.
does, and it does. Maybe there is sort of wizarding reform that occurs in terms of the way people view Slytherin and Ravenclaw, like all of the houses, and it doesn't necessarily there have been bad Slytherin, but it doesn't mean that all Slytherins are bad. I someone said it in the chat, and it's just really
it's like the Sorting Hat was right when Harry sees him in the office again, and he says, I stand by what I said last year. You would have done well in Slytherin, but because Harry's young and naive, he's like, you're wrong. It's like, no, he's not.
Right.
He's only right because Harry's got a piece of Voldemort in his head. So without that, I think he would have been Gryffindor through and through.
Oh, Greek Letter says that cue is stolen from Indiana Jones. You have your father's eyes and my mother's ears, and the rest is yours. I don't think that I do. I know the line that you're talking about from Last Crusade, but I don't think it was lifted from that. I think it's just something common that families say.
Something that everyone says.
And then he goes on to say, well, take it easy, Scott. It's not like Voldemort threw Snape from Nakatomi Plaza or something. Well, Robin Hood didn't run him through. So, no, but Alan Rickman is such a treasure, and I sorely miss him. I will. And the best part about Alan Rickman movies is that there are Alan Rickman movies that I have not seen. And so I'm still going to be delighted by his performances for years to come.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about that with Richard last night, and he says there's plenty of movies he hasn't watched yet, because it's like, if he's not in the mood to watch it, why watch it now and spoil it? Save it for a rainy day or something, fun. And I do the same thing with music. There's so many musical artists I've never listened to before. It's like, well, if I'm enjoying the music I'm listening to now, I'll just bookmark this other stuff for later when I really feel like being surprised or something new.
Well, and I think that we're all sort of aficionados of film and television and music, art in general. And there are times that I want to go back to my comfort foods when it comes to art. And there are times when I'm like, well, I've heard a lot about this and I want to see it. So I might as well give it a go. Hopefully I'll be surprised. Hopefully I'll enjoy it. But it is nice to see something new, even if it was made in 1972.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many references throughout culture that Rowling picked up on, maybe with, intention. I suspect without realizing it. And there are even things that I don't think she was really exposed to that she watched. I mean, did Joe Rowling watch the movie Troll? Not that strong of a film. Did it get a bigger release or a stronger release in Europe and England than it might have here in the States? Hard to say.
Yeah.
Because there's a Harry Potter in Troll.
Is there?
What?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And then I was watching Labyrinth the other week, and at some point when Sarah is talking to Hoggle, she keeps calling him different names. You know, she doesn't ever, she rarely gets his name right at the beginning of the film. And at some point she calls him Hogwarts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right out loud. So.
Yeah, it's not a very flattering name.
I just think that she's just so widely read and knowledgeable that she just has all of this in her head.
Well, and influences
Yeah,
come from
right.
the most bizarre places.
She definitely has lots of influences, and whether she's conscious of it or not, or where she whoa, as soon as I arrived, Scotty dashed.
No, but remember the trouble that I was talking about? It has arrived, so I'm gonna go and take care of that, but I'll be right back. Yeah, I just had some business, and I'll be back in a second, as quickly as I can.
Okay. Hopefully it's not a bad trouble. Everybody okay?
No, no violence.
Okay, good.
Well, Snape is dead, but aside from that, everything's fine.
Snape is dead. And not only that, Voldemort is now he's giving Harry that guilt trip that he thinks Harry's love for others is his weakness. So Voldemort says, on this night you have allowed your friends to die for you rather than face me yourself.
Oh yeah, what's the word I want?
I don't understand why Voldemort is so obsessed with Harry, because he said it in the fourth one in the graveyard. He's like, he reasoned that, yeah, your mother used a protection charm. I should have seen it coming, and I didn't. And given Voldemort's arrogance and stuff, it's like, okay, you reasoned out that it's not so much that he was special. You just didn't anticipate that charm. So what? Because he obviously doesn't know that Harry's a living Horcrux of his. So
no, he doesn't.
Why is he so obsessed with Harry? So given that he knows it's
the prophecy,
you know what I mean?
The prophecy.
Yeah, he takes stock in the prophecy, basically.
He seemed to be quite obsessed with getting it, and so having got it, I guess he invested.
Well, it's kind of like just to make it really basic, it's kind of like Snow White, where who's the greatest, who's the fairest of them all, but here is who's the greatest wizard of them all. And if there's a wizard out there that could defeat him, as a prophecy says, he decides that no, there shouldn't be anybody who could possibly threaten me, and so Harry must die. And I think it's really that simple, is that the prophecy says that that Voldemort's gonna give, well, eventually, does he ever hear the full prophecy? He knows.
It's interesting though, because if the prophecy
power that
is defeated, and if he believes the prophecy, then in a sense there's nothing he can do about it. But he chooses to think that he can alter his fate. But it's like, it's the classic thing of the steps you take to avoid your fate. Self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why you never you never want to know too much about your own future.
And he's been obsessed with dying from a very young age.
Yeah, and one can argue that if he never heard of prophecy at all, maybe, he wouldn't have died because he wouldn't have embarked on all this extra mayhem.
Yeah, and it would have been a much darker wizarding world.
Oh yeah.
And I guess there's some scenes in between here. Oh, right. And so now Voldemort is giving them some time to deal with their dead before, and in that time, Harry needs to give himself up. And part of the dead, of course, is Fred Weasley, Tonks, and Lupin.
Yeah, I was kind of upset that you didn't get to see Tonks and Lupin go. It was like, oh, the camera kind of cuts down and oh, they're there. And it's like, I didn't really get to feel that as much as in the book, because it's just, even in the book, it's kind of mentioned in the aftermath who died or whatever, and it felt so impersonal for some reason.
Yeah, right. The tragedy of Tonks and Lupin is that Teddy, their child, is without parents. But you're right. We don't really get much. I don't even remember much in the books about their death either. I think what happens is Tonks is on one side of the battle and Lupin is somewhere else, and she's like, "Where's Lupin?" Until she she goes to him, and at some point, I guess it's something happens, and they're killed.
He was one of my favorite characters. He was great.
He was
and brilliant casting.
very,
Lewis, brilliant.
He's very easily the best defense against the dark arts professor.
Oh yeah.
Who wasn't a Death Eater. I don't know. Some people think there's a tie.
I've always found that term to be funny, Death Eater. When I first read that as a kid, like a 10-year-old, I'm like, how do you eat death? I'm like, what the?
Well, that's Voldemort's obsession with becoming immortal, and he has imbued that onto his followers. Maybe we haven't been to many Death Eater meetings. Maybe he's promising the same immortality for his Death Eaters. Once I have it secured for myself, you can have it too.
Because he does tell Snape at the end there, he's like, only I can live forever.
Yeah, he does say that.
He's very vain.
But Harry has in the books, like you said, he has a strong need to grieve at this point, but he has to hold that off because he has to finish the job he's got. And I think that grief is really well written.
And he also knows that he has to find out what that memory was from Snape, because obviously, if this is this important, I need to find out before I go out and confront.
Right, exactly. And there's something else that happens though. In terms of Fred, there's so much more in the books that is extremely important. It's more meaningful because it involves Percy Weasley.
Right.
Early on, he defected against his family and left for the ministry and became a ministry official.
I can't remember. Did he still retain his position in this evil empire?
Yeah, he was working for the ministry, and then he decided not to work for the ministry, and he shows up through the portrait, Ariana's portrait in.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yeah, he defects from Voldemort's, empire and comes to join.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
Right. While Scrimgeour was still Minister of Magic, I think he was still fooled, but as soon as it's that other guy, he realizes things are not right. And he comes back to his family and he chooses to fight in the Battle of Hogwarts. And when Percy decides to join the family, there was this exchange where he says he was wrong and he can't finish the sentence to describe what he was, so Fred helps. A ministry-loving, family-disowning, power-hungry moron, said Fred. Percy swallowed. Yes, I was. He swallows. Yeah.
I wish that scene was in the book. That's a great thing because when you pay attention, you see Percy being in this corrupt ministry for a while, and it would have been a nice little nod for that character's arc. Exactly.
One moment he's working for the ministry, and now he's suddenly at the battle. It's like nothing happened, but here so much has happened. It's a really gripping family moment, and so he returns. And we come back to this scene in the battle, and Fred and Percy are fighting together. Percy encounters the current Minister for Magic. Here's a reading for that. Hello, Minister, bellowed Percy, sending a neat jinx straight at Thick Ness, who dropped his wand and clawed at the front of his robes, apparently in awful discomfort. Did I mention I'm resigning? You're joking. Pierce, shouted Fred, as a Death Eater he was battling collapsed under the weight of 3 separate stunning spells. Thick Ness had fallen to the ground with tiny spikes erupting all over him. He seemed to be turning into some form of sea urchin. Fred looked at Percy with glee. You are joking, Pierce. I don't think I've heard you joke since you were... The air exploded. They had been grouped together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and Percy, and the 2 Death Eaters. At their feet, one stunned, the other transfigured. And in that fragment of a moment, when danger seemed temporarily at bay, the world was rent apart. Harry felt himself flying through the air, and all he could do was hold as tightly as possible to that thin stick of wood that was his one and only weapon, and shielded his head in his arms. He heard the screams and yells of his companions, without a hope of knowing what had happened to them. And then the world resolved itself into pain and semi-darkness. He was half buried in the wreckage of a corridor that had been subjected to a terrible attack. Cold air told him that the side of the castle had been blown away, and hot stickiness on his cheek told him he was bleeding copiously. Then he heard a terrible cry that pulled at his insides. That expressed agony of a kind neither flame nor curse could cause, and he stood up, swaying more frightened than he had been that day, more frightened perhaps than he'd been in his life. And Hermione was struggling to her feet in the wreckage, and 3 red-headed men were grouped on the ground where the wall had blasted apart. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand as they staggered and stumbled over stone and wood. No, 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 someone was shouting. No, Fred, no. And Percy was shaking his brother, and Ron was kneeling beside them, and Fred's eyes staring without seeing. The ghost of his last laugh still etched upon his face. And that's really powerful because there was a sort of family reunion there between Fred and Percy, and they were becoming brothers again. And that was his last.
That is powerful. That's
his last act was to cheer on his brother. Who he'd obviously forgiven. Because I want to hate Percy for what he did. He was really terrible to his family. He was mean to Arthur. He eventually in this book he apologized about it, but he would ignore Arthur and pretend he didn't exist. And there was all this thing, and this was the reconciliation. And there was not a lot of time for that reunion to be appreciated. It's the death in the movie that hits me the hardest. In the books, really. In the movie, it happens so fast you don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, that's
you see them.
Yeah, I didn't like how they did that either. It's just like something that happens and then you realize only after the battle that when they're briefly gathered around what's actually happened.
Right. It wasn't clear that he died until you go to the Great Hall and everybody's surrounding him, Ron and everybody crying.
Well, somebody spoiled it for me, so I knew it was coming. I steeled myself towards it.
Well, but
I hope it wasn't me.
No,
it was Dalek.
Dalek knows who he is.
He does. But anyway, the whole thing with Percy just makes that whole thing way more powerful for me, and I'm crying right now.
Yes,
that was a really beautiful thing. That forgiveness. And
yeah, but again, so many stories when they reach the final chapter, no pun intended, they tend to, all the people that you love survive. A couple side characters will die, but there is so much weight to the finale of this story with so many people that we've come to care for throughout. And it's like, oh no, I didn't think that they were gonna die, and they do.
Right. Well, how tragic is that, losing a twin? And that's twins are connected for life, and they spend a lot of time together. I don't know what it's like to be a twin, but I know it's something very powerful, even beyond the reconciliation that Percy had with Fred. George is not going to have a good time of it. Even on set, Oliver said it's weird being here without James. And James and Oliver Phelps. But oh no, I messed it up.
Oh, what'd you mess up?
My slides. Here, I fixed it.
Super.
Are you using Google Slides?
No, I'm using video. I use PowerPoint and then I turn it into a video.
Oh, cool.
That way, because before I did that, my slides would go too slow and we'd be here for too long. And so with a video, it just goes without me for a little while, and it just works out better.
Very clever.
Thanks.
Oh,
yeah. Trelawney throws crystal balls at people. She kills Fenrir Greyback with the crystal ball. I think that's fun.
Ah.
Well, and who's the lady who? Oh my stars! What's her name? The actress. She played Nancy McPhee. She's the one with the big glasses.
Nanny McPhee.
Emma Thompson.
Emma Thompson. Yeah. Apparently.
Good one, Kat.
This is something that I just scrolled past. But there was a scheduling conflict, and so she thought she was going to be in Nanny McPhee, but she did make it back so that she could reprise the role in this film. But apparently, the quote that I read was, considering their history, Emma Thompson would not be on set at the same time as Helena Bonham Carter, and I was like, what's that all about? So I have to find out.
Oh, you did not know? Come on.
I did not know. Please tell, Dish.
I told you. I've told you before.
Well,
the second film, when we were talking about the Defense Against the Art, Kenneth Branagh.
Kenneth Branagh, yeah.
Yeah, Branagh married Thompson. Word is she extracted a last-second promise from him the night before their wedding to never cheat on her. And of course he was going to. I mean, he's Kenneth Branagh. But he did with Helena Bonham Carter. I think they, had a proper relationship. For a period of time until she threw him over for the director. Come on, Kat, help me out. I'm blanking.
Tim Burton.
Yes, Burton. Yes, which is very satisfying to those of us who love our revenge, our romantic revenge.
Well, and then,
except for Thompson, she's upset because it's obviously Bonham Carter knew that he was married at the time, and she's still,
Mm-hmm. Oh well, that's the thing about married men. That's yeah. And Emma came out well of it. She married a lovely guy that she was a co-star, who was a co-star of hers down the line. But I do think she spent some sad time. And I've read her, I own a little copy of her Pride and her Sense and Sensibility diary, and she's clearly through it and kind of honestly sad. She doesn't talk about why, but she just says, I'm having a sad night. That kind of thing, even in the middle of performing. Yeah. But I'm kind of impressed that they weren't able to be on set together. That's, my goodness.
Well, it worked out.
That was terrifying when I saw Lupin and Nymphadora.
Tonks.
Well, that's what she prefers, but her birth name is Nymphadora.
You can also call but she doesn't want to be called Nymphadora. Her family who knows her
I've never met the woman.
Want to call her by her first name too, and so they call her Dora.
I'm one of those people. You've met me.
So they're compromising.
I love the name Nymphadora.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty name. I think it's metal.
She doesn't like it.
Yeah, she doesn't. I can't remember. What's the reason she doesn't like it again? Isn't there a reason?
She just doesn't like it. I don't think.
Oh, okay. I thought there was.
That's never explained. But
knowing Rowling, there almost certainly is because she's got all the details in her head, but she doesn't always tell us.
It's never explained, but if I had that name, I wouldn't like it either because there's the implication that you're a nymphomaniac, and so that I would
Well,
I would
a
not
bunch
like
of
it either.
morons like to say that nymphs didn't really have anything to do with sex for a long time until somebody coined that term, and it's like, no, but then for some reason it stuck.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's historically factually incorrect. The word came to
Right.
impart a certain meaning that everyone accepts.
Yeah.
And Dora doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Dora,
so we're
the
pouring.
unexplorer.
And so we're pouring the memory. This is possibly the best scene of the entire movie. This moves me so much. It moves me as much as the book does. It's extremely well done. Revelation. Bringing, of course, everything that we've learned full circle.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about this. You know, it's a great twist that Snape was a good guy the whole time. But I think about it, and I'm like, what exactly did we get out of it? It's like, there's not really any major plot twists in the hero's favor that they get out of Snape being a spy. And it's like, the one time you had a big piece of information that, oh, they're planning to kill you, Dumbledore. It's like, rather than whisk Malfoy off to somewhere safe, because he doesn't want to kill him, or maybe get some oars to ambush the bad guy. It's like, nah, Dumbledore, let's just sit here and die. And yeah, he tried to save Harry in the first one when Quirrell was trying to knock him off his broom. He tried to jinx the rogue bludger in the second one to save him again. But for the most part, it's like, okay, it's a nice, sweet little thing for him, but he's been this massive, deep cover spy for so long, and I don't feel like there was any major change of fortunes for the heroes through the story as a result of him being that spy.
I do. I do. Because Snape has been such a representative of Slytherin, and it has negative connotations, and then finding out that the king of the Slytherins, for lack of a better term, he's not evil. He's not.
Well, he was never seemingly evil. I mean, yeah, just because you're the head of Slytherin house doesn't mean you're evil.
Well, the entire reason that Harry doesn't want to be a Slytherin is because he's very afraid of Snape in the first film.
Well, yeah, because Snape picks on him because he's, as we found out later, he's getting,
Oh, no, I always thought that Harry didn't want to be a Slytherin because Draco's such an a-hole.
Oh, that's true, too. That's true, too.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, basically all the Slytherins we've established in Harry's year were basically either children of Death Eaters or sympathetic to them, like Pansy.
Well, and they're just so preoccupied with acquiring power.
Just the ones in Harry's year.
But I
don't know. I think that it's a revelation that Snape's been protecting Harry since the beginning, like you said, with the Jinx, the Jinx broom, and he follows Harry around. And Harry thinks it's for sinister reasons, but it's really because Snape is trying to protect him, and that's why Snape's always catching up with him in the corridors and getting him in trouble. Hold on, my daughter's here. I need to talk to her real quick.
Sure.
But I would say that Snape's jealousy of James always sort of leaks out, always sort of raises its head when he sees Harry. He can't help it. But that doesn't mean that he hates Harry. It just means that he's got this back history that he can never forget. It stings. He's a bitter man.
A part of it is being a bit childish too. That I'm upset with your dad, so I'm going to make your life a living hell type thing.
So many people actually do that, though.
Yeah, I know they do. Yeah, for sure.
So many people.
There's a split between love and animosity with Snape and Harry. But in the end, he is protecting him. Also accidentally helping him every once in a while. He teaches Harry his signature move, and that's Expelliarmus when Lockhart has those dueling lessons. And there's and then he protects them from Lupin when in the third book, where
Yeah, it just seems like for a guy who's so deep cover, there would have had to be at least one major thing like that could have been primed for a great mystery. It's like, ooh, who helped out the heroes? Who screwed over the bad? Oh, and then you find out.
Well, what about the well, we're gonna get to it here. The Patronus, the doe leading them to the object that can kill the Horcruxes.
Yeah, I was
the
noticing
Sword of
that just the
Gryffindor.
other day.
Yeah, that was
the
another.
light bulb
how did
finally
it
went
end
on
up
for me.
there, though?
It had to have been Snape who hit it.
Yeah, it was in Dumbledore's office, and when the kids were trying to steal it, maybe that's when.
And how did he know?
Snape got the idea.
How did he know to put it in the Forest of Dean? That's a good question too.
Yeah, because then his Patronus kind of shows up there, and I would think that when you're conjuring a Patronus, you kind of have to be reasonably nearby, right?
Well, this is clearly some sort of charm that leaves it in place when the right person comes along.
Well, and it is an unanswered question, and I appreciate the mysterious nature of it. Is in the afterlife, if you will, Harry says, "Isn't it weird that my mom's Patronus and Snape's Patronus are the same?" Actually, he says, "Curious. Isn't it curious?" And then Dumbledore just says, "No, I don't think it's curious at all." And that's all we get out of it.
I think he says, doesn't he say, "Not if you think about it"?
Yeah, but still, that's a non-answer.
No, it's an answer.
Well, based on what we're seeing right here, the fact is that when Lily does sort of come into her own in discovering that she's a witch, and then Severus meets her, he is her first teacher, which I thought was touching as well. Which, if you think about it, that makes sense that they would both share a Patronus.
He's the one who tells her that she's a witch.
She's jealous. She's ordinary, and you're special.
Which is a really bold move storytelling wise. And I know some people might say, oh, it's a retcon. No, it's an exploration of the story that we just haven't been exposed to as of yet. And I do like that Severus and Lily were friends, and then James wronged Severus.
Yeah, and Petunia is not too happy about anybody having any kind of magic, but because she can't do it. She's like, right. How do you do that? And she actually sends a letter to Dumbledore asking to go to Hogwarts, and Dumbledore says no.
Yeah,
like, he lets her down gently, but it's clear from there. Severus realizes that Petunia is jealous of the magic that they have.
Yes.
And you're right, yeah. James. It's important to know also that Lily thought James was arrogant too. And so anytime she insulted James, Snape would get really, really happy.
Well, and that's something that
the other side of that coin was that she was also disturbed by the dark magic that Snape's friends inflicted on others. And she knew that some of them wanted to be Death Eaters.
But that's also something that I really enjoy in turn. Like, this is only a 5-minute sequence in the last film, but I do, and I'm sure that it was brought up more in the book, it being like 11,000 pages. But yeah, no, I liked this chapter, revelation. Yeah. And as Greek Letters in the chat says, it's like Snape says, Harry, I am your father. Damn, wrong movie again. But I thought that's where they were going.
But yes.
I thought it was going to be like Snape is Harry's father. I thought that was going to happen, but I'm glad.
Well, I think that Snape thinks that he's being a good father figure to Harry. He's not. Snape kind of grew up in a bad household, so he's portraying the way he grew up, the way he was treated growing up, and so that kind of, some people in previous movie reviews were saying it was tough love or something.
I like that McGonagall is the same age here in this flashback.
Yeah, they didn't do the They didn't do the de-aging stuff back then.
Yeah, I when you saw the actor, I mean, if you only watch the movies as Scott did, when you see the actor who played James in the earlier movies, it's like, yeah, James is clearly the father.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I was thrown a little bit because I hadn't, I just watching the movies. When Severus first shows up, I was like, why are we remembering James and Lily meeting for the first time? And so I had to sort of figure it out and catch up a little bit and then see what was going on. But I thought that there was going to be a situation where it was like, I'm the father. But I'm glad that it didn't happen.
But that's the thing, is that so many people, as I said at the start of the live stream, so many people are not related to Harry, but they become like they become family to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I forget.
Hide them all. I beg you.
No.
Dumbledore's like, no. It's like, really, Dumbledore? We could do something good here now.
No, they do hide them. They hide them, but they choose the wrong secret keeper. They choose Peter Pettigrew, and that doesn't work out very well. Peter Pettigrew gives them up to Voldemort, and that's why the Potters die.
Yeah, that's something I'm surprised by, that in the books, and even in the films, that given Snape is this big spy and everything like that, he never found out that Pettigrew was, at least he didn't find out by the time of the events of the third book that Pettigrew was the actual, the rat, so to speak, figuratively. Well, no pun intended.
Right, he never discovered
he learned that by then, but he didn't.
He didn't, because he didn't really know. He knew that Lupin was a werewolf, but he didn't find out. He didn't find out that the Marauders were Animagi. So that was the whole thing. That was a mystery to him until
I figured that as one of Voldemort's closest confidants, he would have found out about Pettigrew a long time ago, but he didn't. So I thought that was surprising that Voldemort keeps that close to the vest.
Well,
I don't think Voldemort knew.
Wormtail was even.
I don't think Voldemort knew. I mean, Wormtail was hiding from Voldemort.
No, but I mean, he knew that Wormtail was somebody he could trust, right?
Wormtail hid from him as the rat. That's why he stayed a rat for 13 years.
But he was still willing to help him on that key night, is what I'm saying.
At some point he decided to help Voldemort.
Yes, he did return.
What led to that? I'm not sure. Why did Wormtail become
he kind of had to come out of hiding because of Sirius and Remus. And
right, but I mean before Potter's death, before James and Lily died. Why did he?
That's a good question.
Why did he betray them?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I assumed it was because he and Voldemort were already secretly, tight.
Yeah, it has to be, but we don't really see much of that, do we? There's a whole side quest over there.
Yeah.
But then, of course, that death does occur. Lily and James do die. Lily dies protecting Harry, and that, of course, gives us the love charm, and the spell rebounds. And Snape says no. Oh wait, he says no one can know.
No one can know.
And I shall never reveal the best of you. So he wants that to be a secret, that he cares. And we find out finally, why Snape killed Dumbledore. The whole thing that happened in the Half-Blood Prince. So it was because there was a cursed ring, that Horcrux, the Marvolo family heirloom, the Gaunt family heirloom, that became a Horcrux. And at some point, Voldemort cursed it. And so anyone who wears it is set to die. And that is what happens when Dumbledore puts it on his hand, and he has a year to live.
Lily and James put their faith in the wrong person, Severus. Rather like you.
It will contain the...
And since Dumbledore has a year to live anyway, Dumbledore wants Snape to kill him in order to protect Malfoy from having to do it, because Malfoy would never succeed in doing it, and Dumbledore knows it. He knows his students. Malfoy might be a jerk to the kids, like he's bully, but he's not somebody who would follow through with that kind of stuff. He thinks he can, and he tries to. He kind of sees himself as a foil for Harry Potter. He's like, oh, Voldemort chose Harry as the chosen one to defeat him, and so Voldemort's choosing me to be the one to kill Dumbledore. But of course, in the end, what you find out is if you don't believe in the curse and those curses, those unforgivable curses, it's not going to work. Since Draco Malfoy does not mean to kill Dumbledore, he actually respects him. He can't do it.
But also, that's just the Malfoy family.
Yeah,
they admire power. They want the protection of I don't know, like goth kids or something. It's like, I'm so bad, I'm so evil, and then actual evil shows up, and it's like, oh shit,
maybe I'm not that evil.
Maybe I'm not that evil.
I don't really like this. I don't like watching my teacher get tortured and murdered in front of me and eaten by a snake. That wasn't cool.
Well, that's the thing. It's like they're, again, like the whole Malfoys, they're snobs, and they're, basically like your stereotypical rich snobs, but they're not. Their hearts aren't in it. Like Malfoy could never have killed Dumbledore. Even if he hated Dumbledore, he still wouldn't have been able to do it. Because that's just not who he is.
Exactly. And
hey,
it
Daniel's
took this
Hot
whole
Topics is
thing
here.
for them to figure out that they're not that. The whole family only leaves Voldemort at the end of near the end of this whole thing.
Yeah.
But that's like when it comes to these evil, and I guess this goes with most fiction, so it's not a criticism of this story, but like when you are serving ultimate evil is not going to spare you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like I've seen enough stories to know that if you say, "Oh, I will follow Satan," then Satan's probably going to stab you in the back.
Right. It's like the scorpion, the fables about the scorpion.
Yeah.
Oh no, I won't sting you.
Bastion bargain with the devil all the time.
But that's another thing. No, I think it's great because the reason this works for me is that once again Voldemort underestimates the power of love. He doesn't really believe that Snape loves Lily. He thinks that Snape said, "Oh, she was just some girl. I can find another girl who is better for me." And Voldemort falls for it. He falls for that line from Snape, but Voldemort's underestimation of love is his major downfall.
Yeah, and that's why I really didn't like the whole premise for Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. It's like, no, Voldemort's not that. He doesn't understand the concept, but doesn't care about it.
Yeah. No, he would. Yeah.
We'll never have a
don't
kid.
get me started on the Cursed Child. Bellatrix loved Voldemort, but Voldemort would never return.
No, and he especially would not want to sire a son who would be, of course, after his power, all that kind of stuff. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you understand Voldemort way better than, I guess. J.K. Rowling wrote that play, didn't she? Why did she write that?
It's like
did somebody else write it?
Yeah, it's like of all the world building in those books, there's so many. Like, for instance, I was kind of disappointed that other than let's say Fleur Delacour, you never really got to see Durmstrang or what school is she from? You never got to see them again. It's like
Beauxbaton.
Right, yeah, and it's like there's so many wonderful stories you could tell from those characters and those houses, and with all the world building in this franchise. And it's like, but then she did the Cursed Child. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but also don't forget Fantastic Beasts.
Well, that wasn't really based on a book series. That was
isn't it just like an encyclopedia?
Yeah, it's an encyclopedia, and then she kind of contributed some ideas, and they wrote a script, and it just kind of went off the rails pretty quick. Which is why they're probably not. There were supposed to be 5 movies in that series, and they've only made 3, and it looks like they're not going to make the next 2.
So someone named Thorne and Tiffany wrote The Cursed Child, but Roland was there to approve it, and I don't approve of most of it.
Yeah.
I'm not even familiar with The Cursed Child.
Well,
Daniel's
don't worry
Hot
about
Topics
it.
in the chat says, I hope they make a movie on Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. And I did just recently see an interview with Rupert Grint, and he was talking about it, about the Cursed Child. And he said, well, if everybody else is back for it, then I'm up for it. But then he also sort of qualified it by saying, he would also be interested to see someone else do something with the role of Ron Weasley. And so I don't know, they might, but there's so much. There's so much.
Said, they're going to do they're going to adapt the books again.
They're going to do the TV show. So I think I heard that The Cursed Child is fun to see when you watch the play. But
anytime you're seeing a live production with the actual actors right in front of you, it's going to be more lively, even if you don't really care about the story. Like, for instance, I'm not a fan of The Sound of Music, but I watched a high school play of it, and it did have a bit more of a slightly more engaging aspect to it, because it was like real people right in front of you, you know?
Oh, that's...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Greek Letters has a good point. Fantastic Beasts are to Harry Potter what The Hobbit is to Lord of the Rings.
I mean...
it's interesting to me. I found it interesting.
The Hobbit came
first.
If
you're talking about the movies,
maybe
The Hobbit. Yeah, I think I would agree
movies,
if you're just talking about the movies.
Yeah, because the book came before Lord of the Rings, as we remember, for The Hobbit.
Yeah,
that's true. It's technically it's sort of a prequel, but it was made first.
Yeah.
But this is my.
Well, I read The Hobbit. That, oh my stars, I'm feeling emotions and I don't appreciate it. That was gorgeous. And also that was after Alan Rickman's passing. That was the moment that was shared in tribute.
It's extremely meaningful to me, but I actually have an answer for Kat. She says, okay, so she asked how Snape knew where to send the Doe Patronus, because he did help the kids find the Sword of Gryffindor by planting it there. And so what happens is Hermione has something in her beaded bag, you know, the bag that looks tiny, but it has everything in it. Including a portrait of Phineas Nigellus. And he was in there, and he told Snape, who then went to the Forest of Dean and planted the sword.
Oh, interesting.
That's something that I forgot, and it's in the books, but I
last read the books. I read all 7 of them back in February and March of 2019 was the last time I read them. But yeah, there's a lot of little details in there that you kind of sometimes forget about.
Exactly. I forgot about it too, and I actually just listened to all of the audiobook, because in between, when I'm driving, when I'm cleaning, when I'm doing all the chores I have to do, I
Ghostbusters, what do you want? Oh, right, I forgot.
Yeah.
I know it's already happened because we've already seen the Siege of Hogwarts. But as a person who doesn't like sports, I was very taken aback at my emotional reaction to seeing the Quidditch pitch destroyed. I was like, no, don't take away the fun. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your question, Kat?
Do you think he shared that memory with anybody else later? Because he didn't tell Ron and Hermione here, or the other teachers, what he discovered.
He's supposed to. He's supposed to tell them.
Does he do it in the books?
Oh no, yeah, he does, but not until everything's over. He doesn't catch them up because there's no time. He's got to go.
Yeah,
because it's good. The hour's going to be up, and the battle's going to start again. He doesn't want any more people to die, so that's why he's in a rush to get to the forest.
Right. I mean, that's something he eventually tells everybody, right? Like after everything.
Yeah, after everything, Harry does tell at least Ron and Hermione about Snape.
And the other teachers, maybe. It seems like that would be important for everybody.
Well, yeah, maybe. At least McGonagall. Maybe he writes some memoirs. I have no idea, Kat.
Well, so it is sort of self-evident in the naming of Albus Severus Potter, in his reverence for Snape, and so I think it does resolve in the film to the point where it's like, well, no, he does respect Severus a lot.
Whether you think
obviously loves Albus, but respects Severus.
Whether you think that Snape succeeded in protecting Harry or not, he was trying to. He was doing his best, and I think it's worthy of something. But he's on his way to the forest to die. He knows now he has to die. He has to go sacrifice himself. And another thing he knows from Dumbledore is that Dumbledore wanted to make sure the Golden Trio would work together to get the job done in killing the Horcruxes. But since Harry is about to give himself up and be killed, he thinks he needs to choose a replacement for himself. And he chooses Neville. He just happens to come by him on his way to the forest. And he lets him in on the knowledge that the snake must die. I guess he doesn't exactly tell him all about the Horcruxes, but he says...
Yeah, he's still being super secretive about it for some reason. It's like, you don't really need to be secretive about it anymore because, again, it's not all about you.
Exactly. But that's kind of the bad habit that he picked up from Dumbledore.
No, everybody's got a dog in that fight,
But Harry is a Horcrux.
No, but to say that he's still not telling his friends the importance of why we need to destroy these things, like, I still need to keep it a secret. It's like, do you?
He does.
Yeah, he lies to Neville.
Well, that's fine. All these wizards are liars.
Well, he's on his way to get killed, and Neville's like, "You're not going to give yourself up, are you?" And Harry's like, "No, I'm doing something else. Don't worry about that."
Yeah.
So he picked up his secretiveness from Dumbledore. That's pretty cool. That's a good. That's a good supposition, Jill.
What's the difference between secretive and lying?
Lying by omission is one of my least favorite lies. However, they are different.
The intent behind the lie, I suppose. It's still
Scotty
a
has
lie.
A good point.
It is still a lie, and that is why Rita Skeeter wrote a book called The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore.
This is true.
Ka-ching! Because people love that shit.
But they do. But he thought the ends justified means, I guess. He always had that manipulative streak. He thought if he played cards certain ways, he could change the flow of events if he withheld information selectively.
And now I am very confused. Are we talking about Harry or are we talking about Dumbledore?
Dumbledore.
Yes. In this circumstance, I think Harry is very worried about other people dying.
Yes.
That's Harry's fear.
Yeah.
And so he knows he's got the snitch that says, "I open at the close," and he tells it, "I'm ready to die." And it opens up with the resurrection stone.
See, this I thought was a little much.
You've been so brave, sweetheart.
So we've had the resurrection stone in that snitch since the first movie.
Yes.
Oh, Dalek's got to go.
Dalek's got to go. Hey, Dalek. I'm glad you were here. I know you weren't able to participate very much, but I'm very glad that you joined us. It's just a comfort to have you around, and I hope you have a really great Friday. Is there anything you want to share before you go?
Yeah, I really. Yeah, I know I've been silent this whole time, but that's.
It has been concerning.
Well, I hope you're okay, man. And whatever you happen to be doing, I hope it's successful.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just busy.
Did I make you angry?
No. I was just.
Well, that's a change.
Well, but come on, we know Dalek. Dalek's never silent when he's angry. That's what we love best about him.
It's very true.
Yeah, but I'd like to hear from him when he's not angry too. But I hope.
No, I'm not angry. Relax.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, relax, Scotty.
I will.
So I know you didn't get to share a whole lot about anything.
No,
so is there anything you want to add before you go?
Really should have said something.
Yeah, but here's your moment for like a minute and a half. Let us know. Like, is there anything you want to add?
Just give me a minute. I'll be right down.
Don't mind the tears, please.
Well, now he is angry.
Oh, tut. Never be angry at the person who makes your tea. They might spit in it.
I get no privacy around here. Everyone barges into my room all the time, even when they knock.
Put a little sign on the door.
Well, that happens to me too, but I chose this life. No, I love my children. But is there any... Dalek, do you want to like talk about your channel or the movie or something before you leave? I need to invite Cinema Gulp on. He's in the background,
Well, I guess like all the Harry Potter films, there are things I like in it, things I don't like. Like there's. I mean, some of the stuff that Neville. Some of the stuff you see Neville do, like blowing up the bridge, killing the snake. Saying "I'm nuts for Luna." That was good. And
I concur.
Well, yeah, he really comes out in this film. I agree. That's some good stuff, and I hope I covered some of the things you liked or didn't like.
Yeah, I definitely like some of the stuff. I like some of the stuff with. That's it. Yeah, so I like the stuff with Neville. I liked the bits. The scenes at Gringotts are quite good. The Battle of the overall Battle of Hogwarts is pretty epic.
Absolutely.
And then especially like the whole thing in the room of requirement. That's great. Like the bit when Ron shouts, "That's my girlfriend, you numpties!"
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that line. Ron has a lot of good lines in this film.
He does.
I'm thinking, like they stopped at some point. David Yates stopped hating Ronald Weasley. I don't.
See, it's so funny.
Yeah. I want to welcome. Before we continue, I want to welcome to the panel Ben from Cinema Gulp. How are things going? Do you have your power back on?
I don't. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm the only way I could join is via my iPhone plugged into my car because it's the only.
Oh, and it's not working too well. You are phasing in and out. But I do appreciate you trying to be here.
Trying to find a spot. I'm sorry. I dragged like.
Oh, well, if you do figure it out, we'll be here.
Any luck?
Oh, okay. Now I hear you. No, now I don't hear you.
Yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah, you're broken. You're broken. You're breaking up pretty bad. I don't know. Go park next to a cell phone tower. Just kidding. And what else did you have, Dalek, for the movie?
I have to say this. One thing I really don't like, and obviously, you all do, because you were gushing over it. When we do the whole
Thank you.
The whole thing with Snape and the memories and I mean yes that's the most essential part of the story, but God, what is that noise?
Well, I was gushing over it, but Kat had problems with it too, so you might relate with her.
My biggest problem is Snape turning up at the. Okay, whoever's making that racket, can you mute yourself, please?
I can mute him. Okay, he's muted now.
Thank you.
Sorry,
yeah,
Ben.
I really don't like the part where Snape turns up at the Potter's house. I really do not like that. They're pushing the whole he's in love with Lily and he's an misunderstood anti-hero and also they're pushing that way too hard. It was ridiculous. It was just...
Well, it's true that he wasn't there, but he does love Lily, and he did grieve her loss. And I mean, it makes him switch sides. So I don't know.
Yeah, but he never went. He never went to the house and hugged Lily's dead body.
He didn't do that. He did not do that.
That is ridiculous. I mean.
Factually correct.
I mean, if he had, he'd have run into Hagrid when he came to retrieve Harry.
Right. He would have. That would have been weird. That is kind of strange. But he did. He became a double agent, and he put his life on the line for Harry over the years. Except for in the Goblet of Fire, he didn't do anything when a Death Eater was teaching him. But maybe he was too busy with Karkaroff. What?
They probably did that scene to sell it to the audience, though.
Yeah, exactly.
He just says randomly, "Oh, I love Lily." It's like nobody. I don't think film audiences would have accepted that as much if they hadn't read the book.
I think that's the problem. Is that what happens with David Yates is that he takes the emotion that's in the book and he tries to impart it in the film visually in a way that audiences, like you said, would accept and understand. And that is one way to do it.
There is a sequence in the book, in Snape's memories, where he's in Sirius's bedroom reading an old letter from Lily. And he takes, he took the page with her signature and a photograph of her. So, and that he rips in two just to keep the half with her. So I understand how they would transpose that into Harry's bedroom in order to demonstrate to the audience his sorrow. And he's weeping as he does this in the book. So I understand why.
I do too.
That made that change.
They had to show a lot in that montage to make you understand. So, and they could only do it visually.
Oh, that's a good point with the letter. That's a replacement for the letter. And that's why Harry was looking everywhere for that other part of the letter and he couldn't find it. And Snape just left the picture of Harry riding around on the toy broomstick because that wasn't important to him.
Maybe that's just what. Maybe it's just coming from someone who, I don't know, someone who doesn't like Snape and never has, because I don't care how he was how he was apparently redeemed in death, that's how he wasn't. I don't care about that, because I'm out how he was in life. He was a jerk. He was a bully, and he was the pettiest man alive, who just simply could not get past what happened between him and the guy who bullied him in school. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, James. And Harry reminded him of James, but Harry also reminded him of Lily. Yeah, no, Snape isn't the best person. I don't think anybody's saying, like, he grew up with not so good of a family life, and so he doesn't know how to impart his care properly.
Yeah, and then he became a Death Eater by choice, so it's like, not the greatest guy.
No, he's not. I'm with you there, but in his way, he tried to be better.
Did he become a Death Eater by choice, or was he a secret agent all the way back even then?
Oh no! Before the whole thing with Voldemort targeting the Potters, he was a full-on Death Eater.
Yeah, he was, and he heard part of the prophecy and told to Voldemort, and that's what started this whole thing. So he was definitely a full-on Death Eater at first. But like Regulus Black, he had a change of heart.
What? I feel they deliberately didn't emphasize that fact in the book, that he's the one who set that whole thing into motion. I mean, in the movie, I should say. They didn't emphasize that in the movie.
They didn't even say it. Yeah, I think they said it. Did they even say it?
I don't think they did.
They didn't emphasize it. Definitely.
Jill,
yes, Ben? I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Yes, I'm so sorry, you guys. But no, I like what you said about David Yates finally liking Ron a little bit, because he sidelined him ever since he became director. I think one of the major problems with this final film is he did the same thing with Snape. Snape's movie should have been Half-Blood Prince, and he's barely in that movie.
Yes, so it should be Snape the movie, definitely.
Well, a lot of the stuff that comes to fruition doesn't quite feel earned because he was left out so much of the previous 3 films.
Oh, I suppose I could understand that. And that is the reason why, Ben, while doing these movie reviews, I thought I can't do these movie reviews unless I listen to the books, because they fill in the blanks. And I'm not going to know what I'm talking about very well if I don't listen. And the books really remind me why I care about these characters as much as I do. And so I think you've got a point.
Want to give a big shout out in the chat to South Kegel.
Yeah, South Kegel. Hey, South Kegel, but he doesn't have good news. Seems that my regular account has been shadow banned by YouTube again, for God knows what this time. Chats from it aren't showing up.
Oh dear.
Tumultuous times on YouTube currently. Hopefully by next Friday everything will be back to normal.
My daughter needs my help. What's the thing?
But it is good to see you, Wes Kegel. Daniel's Hot Topic says, how come Snape did not move on after he died? In this movie, Harry sees a bunch of people, including his parents and Dumbledore, who passed on and became angels. However, Snape was not among them.
I see that's a trope in a lot of movies. The most recent character to die is not going to be amongst the dead.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah. Yeah, look, what you got to keep in mind is the people the Resurrection Stone brought back were all people Harry loved or cared for, like his parents, like Sirius, like Remus, and all those good people. Why would he? Even after this revelation, I wouldn't think he would love or care that much for Snape. So
totally agreed, Alex.
Not enough to bring him back as well.
totally
over
agree.
time, he eventually appreciates Snape, but at this moment, he's hated Snape for so long.
You know how
awkward.
Also, there's clearly a place that you go that is not the beyond. There's the way station immediately after you die, so Snape would still be there.
Do you know how awkward it would be if Snape showed up and there was James and Lily as ghosts too?
Awkward. But no, Snape is still in the way station, still pondering whether he's going to get on the train or whatever his personal train is.
Maybe I can have Lily.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Is there a chance now in the afterlife? But oh no. But Harry does ask Sirius if dying hurts.
Quicker than falling asleep.
And Harry has an apology.
I never wanted any of you to die for me.
Especially upset.
Again, they didn't die for you, Harry. That's the thing. He still thinks it's all about him. It's like, no, they died because it's a cause that everybody's passionate about, you know?
Yes, exactly.
But he is a linchpin of everything.
Again, not really.
He's at the center of it.
He's the chosen one.
Entire ideology that they're fighting. It's not just the one guy.
But it all could have fallen to Voldemort if Harry didn't have the fortitude or the pure spirit to take on. Like, it goes back to the first story where he's like, and it's like, oh, you'd be good at Slytherin, and he's like, I don't want to. And so,
and the Sorting Hat says, you would have done well in Slytherin. And Harry says, no, you're wrong. But the hat was right.
Basically, Harry, the reason Harry said, I don't want to be in Slytherin is because literally everyone in the Wizarding World he's met gave him a bad impression of Slytherin. So, in fact, the first thing he hears about it, Hagrid says to him, not a Witcher, I know they gave. I mean, in the movie they give that line to Ron, but it was originally Hagrid who says that there isn't a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin, and they met Malfoy, and he was obviously a little jerk, and then Ron told him how he hoped he was in Gryffindor because his whole family was in Gryffindor, and it just goes on and on from. Until eventually, I was like, Steph, it just all comes together. It's like, no, in that moment in the Great Hall, not Slytherin.
But I do, and once we get to the platform at the end of the film, I will have thoughts. But I do appreciate that when it comes to the Malfoys, their greatest strength is their dedication to their own family. Again, selfish Slytherin, and so I definitely. I do appreciate that
very early on, Narcissa threatens to defy the Dark Lord by telling the secret to Snape that Malfoy is supposed to kill Dumbledore. But fortunately for her, Snape already was confided about that, so there was no offense taken, and she gets him to take that unbreakable vow, and she was willing to betray Voldemort in order to do that. And so early on, she and nobody told the Dark Lord about that little almost transgression. So she was able to do it again when in a little bit, as we're going to see.
You think that Bellatrix would have said so?
Yeah, right. Bella would totally told on her sissy. But I played that clip of Harry saying he didn't want anybody to die for him because he was especially hurt that Lupin had to die because, of course, Lupin and Tonks had a baby.
Others will tell him what his mother and father died.
Off camera, by the way.
Yeah, off camera. There is a deleted scene. There's a deleted scene where they do mention Teddy.
Yeah, but I mean, their kills are off camera. It's like they deserve better. Too. They deserve better.
No, but Lupin and Tonks, when they die and they were reaching out to one another. I did sort of take that as, okay, you're gone. Bye.
Lupin had such a bigger part, like the relationship with him and Harry, like I don't know. I really they really built up Lupin in one movie and then just sidelined him when he had bigger parts. But they know that happens.
But that's because wizards are racists against werewolves.
They kind of are, and you're kind of
not
wrong.
kind of.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, especially when Voldemort comes to power, but at the same time, he gets them on his side at the same time. Because the ministry has been so corrupt all along that they're like, okay, the ministry doesn't care about us. Let's try this Dark Lord fellow and see if he's better for us. That's how bad things are. That's how werewolves are being mistreated. Definitely, they can't hold a job. And so, since they can't hold a job, they can't afford the wolf's bane potion that would make them more amenable to society. So it's like a catch-22.
Well, and he's an animagus, right?
Who?
Lupin.
Lupin is a werewolf. He's got.
But he's the kind of werewolf that can't.
Thorpe or something.
Yeah, but he's the one that doesn't have a choice when he turns.
Yeah, but that's not an animagus.
Well,
his
okay,
friends.
well, that's why
friends,
I'm asking the question. I couldn't remember.
His friends become animagus so that they can hang out with werewolf Lupin, because werewolves apparently don't hurt any animal except humans.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He had a Chinese food menu in his hand, and his hair was perfect.
Well, they also didn't
You'll
want
stay
to...
with me
until the end.
And so Harry's got the cloak. We know already that he is the actual master of the Elder Wand, and he's got the Resurrection Stone. So something important to realize here is that he's become the master of death at this point.
So
he's going off to die.
Good observation.
So the Resurrection Stone was in a snitch?
Yes.
Dumbledore put it there.
All right. Okay. And then he just decided to release it in the first Quidditch game that Harry Potter played in.
No. He put it in afterward. He just kept the first snitch Harry ever caught as a memento.
Oh, no, I thought that it was in there from the beginning.
No.
No.
Because it's the breaking of the ring with the Resurrection Stone that puts the death curse on Dumbledore to begin with and withers his hand, I believe.
Yeah.
You can't just try to bust a Resurrection Stone without consequences, apparently.
That's on my business card.
As well it should be.
Yes. There we go. This is very dark, although I am happy to see Eric's. Oh, you can tell, and
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still muted.
I don't mean to be rude, but isn't James a bit sidelined?
Yes, you do. Say again.
Isn't James a bit sidelined?
Oh, yes, he is.
Well,
but actually, no.
But really. there's a lot of weight put onto Lily, and I understand that. And again, we have a throuple going on. We have two thruples. We have Snape, James, and Lily, and then we get Harry, Hermione, and Ron. But it just seems that whenever we talk about James, it's like, you're so much like your father, but you have your mother's eyes. And I enjoyed that as a thread throughout the stories. But we really don't get to know James at all until this movie. And then James was a jerk jock. All right. I guess that's the story of Harry's father.
Keith E.
is he was when he was
waving to Keith E.
He was.
Goodbye.
Yes. Yes,
Keith
that's
E.
exactly what I wanted to do, Tiger Stripes. Thank you. Keith E. is leaving. He says, okay, I'm going to slither out of here. I will see you all next time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Friday. And essentially Harry does learn that, and Lily agreed that James was arrogant, but the thing is, he just grew out of it. He grew out of it, and Lily started to like him when he stopped being as much of a jerk.
I
And-
suppose from the perspective of the audience and the producers who want us to be happy as an audience. I mean, Lily and James are both gone when the movie begins. Harry never knew them, so we can never know them. So they might have felt it was just more important to give more time to people we've already spent time with in the film.
I think that makes
Sirius
sense,
and
really.
Remus. Even though I understand
we
your point
relate to them
completely
more.
about James being sidelined.
But and also the power of a mother's love is important, or at least it has been in my life. So maybe that's something that is sort of a universal emotion.
Sure.
The boy who lived, come to die.
And then he gets blown to the mobile station from the Matrix 3.
Well, and then he gets to talk to Dumbledore.
Yeah, sure.
He's there.
You know what? This is one of my favorite things, is that when Harry shows up in what I presume to be the afterlife, he doesn't have his glasses because dead people don't need ocular wear.
Yeah, that's true. It's a nice little touch.
Oh, and this particular picture is one of my favorite memes. I went and looked for it and I can't find it. But there's this picture and somebody put over it with that big meme font, "Old Voldy's having a really bad day." That just never fails to make me laugh.
Well, this is basically the Voldemort we see in Goblet of Fire that's getting dropped into the bowl, right? Into the pot.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Very similar to that, yeah.
It's, almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm so glad I got to see this on November 1st. So I watched this morning, and that is exactly how I felt. Every November 1st, I've been hungover and bloody and naked and just in a fetal position on the floor.
Well, there was one Halloween where you were bloody, but it is also, that's true, in Mexican culture, it is the Day of the Dead. So this is a pretty good day to talk about the Deathly Hallows. So there's a lot of dead.
Day of the Dead tomorrow.
It's today too.
It was today.
It's a 2-day. It's both days.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, day. I don't know why they call it the Day of the Dead when there are two of them.
Sounds better than Days of the Dead, I guess.
I guess so.
These are the days of our death.
Perhaps it's a sundown to sundown thing.
Ooh, that sounds
That's
good.
probably it. All I know is that they feast with their departed loved ones and give them offerings and invite them to dinner. Make shrines and all of that.
Anyway, it's still better than AI art. Look at the fingers.
It is. No, it's really good. Well, it's practical effects. They made that puppet.
And it looks
thing
like
that
Ray
exists.
Fiennes too.
I didn't get a Voldemort video about that.
Hey, Jill, is there a detailed mention is on any kind in the book, throwaway or not, of like in the afterlife or shown as spirits, why is Dumbledore still old? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's just a representation of what Harry sees. I don't know.
You're right. When the resurrection stone happens, everybody looks younger, and so should Dumbledore.
He looks a little younger here, I think.
He looks a little. Yeah. He doesn't look so
get a little
homeless.
closer to him.
Well, but I also, to counter that, do you like it when Hayden Christensen shows up at the end of Return of the Jedi?
I've never seen that, so I don't know.
You've never seen Return of the Jedi?
I've never seen the Hayden Christensen at the end. No, I mean I think.
But
I've seen pictures
that's
of
the sort of thing. I do prefer that Dumbledore transcends time.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I think it's perfectly explainable that it's what Harry sees anyway.
This is the way station. This isn't really the beyond.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, this is, and Dalek in the chat says, it's not the afterlife, it's the world before that, where you can choose to move on or not.
Yes, I agree completely with that. I just, the conversation was lively and engaging, so I was letting it go.
Brave man.
A part of Voldemort sent here to die.
So that's
This is, as they say, your party.
Love that line.
So that's like that little fetal Voldemort is that's the part of the Horcrux that was in Harry, and now that's what is dying, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
It has been cast out of Harry now. Good.
Yeah.
You were the Horcrux he never meant to make, Harry.
By the way, I called it 2 movies ago. I win.
You do. You do. Good work. I
No,
didn't
I
even
don't
do
win.
that. Even
I'm
well,
glad to
but
share. I'm glad to share.
Dude, I had more of a reason to figure it out first because I actually read the books and I actually read Half-Blood Prince when Dumbledore said, "I'm thinking about the snake. I think the snake might be a Horcrux," and that's a clue right there already that leaving beings can be Horcruxes. So well done.
Well done indeed. I don't believe I saw it either, and it's all there. You know, that's like the best mysteries. It's all there in front of you, and you either see it or you don't.
But I enjoyed the revelations. Like I don't want to be the clever guy who is like, I
You
saw
can be
it
the
coming.
clever guy. You don't have to.
Well, you were accidentally the
in
clever guy,
rewatching
so
all of these, I've kind of been surprised by how many things still just seem revelatory to me. Like in Half-Blood Prince, I was, which I rewatched the other day, rewatching them with my bro, and so we're a little behind. And I was thinking, isn't it funny how Harry has Malfoy's number right from the beginning of the movie? How is that? And I'm like, oh, because he's privy to Voldemort's thoughts. That's how. He's not aware of it, but that's almost certainly why he knows. And yet that had never occurred to me before.
Yeah, I could tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks.
He's a magic tricorder.
That is a good
all
point.
in his
Yeah,
noggin.
tricorder.
From like a movie standpoint, movie making standpoint, it's really odd to me. I'm sorry if I'm covering stuff you guys already talked about, but I've been trying to get on this series for 2 months. But David Yates becoming the one that takes the reins of this franchise all the way to the end and into its external trilogy or whatever, it's so odd to me because he desaturates everything to where it looks very different than the first 4 movies. It looks a little bit like Azkaban.
It's too dark.
It's too dark.
It's too
and
dark.
I always want, like David Yates Mike Newell's brought so much like color to Goblet. I wonder what some of these scenes would have looked like, specifically this one, because David Yates came from a indie world, good with characters and people talking in coffee shops for a whole movie, so it's interesting that he took over for this. I think it was the wrong decision, but it is what it is. I don't think there's a bad Harry Potter movie. I just think I would have liked to have seen more directors shift from one film to the next. But
I think you're right. I had to watch this movie in pitch darkness in order to see everything.
It's very hard to see. As is Half-Blood Prince. Yeah.
But and it's interesting because I sort of had the same complaint 2 movies ago, and I was like, this is very dark. But as the stories presented themselves, I loved the mystery and wonder and learning of the early films, and then finding out the realities of the world, the wizarding world, if you will. I enjoyed how it was meaner and harder than I anticipated when Harry was first rescued from under the stairs. And here are all the powers. Here are the things. Meet some friends. And then here's the reason why you have to learn this stuff. It's not just for fun and games. It's because we are defending the world against dark magic. And
That essentially
I
is.
just
He finds out
that
the Wizarding world is a little more dangerous than the Muggle world.
I enjoyed that escalation, and as the films progress, I did find the stakes being raised and the danger being amped, and I get where you're coming from, and I don't have any frame of reference in terms of comparing it to the books, but I did appreciate that it was like, oh no, you don't know what it's like to be a wizard. You're not 10 anymore, Harry.
Right. No, I get all that. I definitely get the progression of maturity that you have to add to it. The books do that really well. I just meant
like him growing up.
Yeah, I mean, you can shift direction in your films. You can shift shot selection, editing, all kinds of stuff. I just mean like some of the stuff just seemed a little like anticlimactic, a little, not as epic as it could have been. But again, they're still good.
I feel that too.
Yeah.
Some of it was great, and some of it wasn't the best. But I like you said, there's no bad Harry Potter film. I enjoyed them all.
Right.
But I also, it's telling that I gotta listen to the audiobook as I'm watching the movies. But I want to play the rest of these clips. I do like these.
I think if you so desired, you'll be able to board a train.
And I remember the first time reading the books. Is Harry going to take that train? Is he going to decide? He's been through so much pain. He's even telling Dumbledore, I feel good here. This feels great. And he knows he's going back to suffering and grief. And
You're on the home stretch, Harry. Finish up.
I love that.
Well, and not only that, but also this entire adventure started with him getting to 9 3/4. Like he started his journey into the wizarding world on a train, and now he has a
point. It's a really good point. Full circle.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a satisfying series. If you had asked me 4 months ago whether or not I wanted to watch the Harry Potter movies, I would have said no. And now that I've seen them all, it warms my heart. I can't wait to show them to my nieces.
Yeah, but you did. You asked for this. Also.
Yeah. And I was gonna.
I'm glad you did.
I was gonna get so angry, and then unfortunately, they were charming and lovely.
I love you. That makes me smile to hear that, Scotty. I'm so happy
Me
that
too.
you like these movies.
Yeah. Oh no, it's so the characters I love, the story I love, the way that it all connects, the way that it rewards fans. And I'm a casual. I'm a filthy casual, but it still rewarded me, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I'm happy to have it as part of my collection.
Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living.
And there's one more quote. I just like all these Dumbledore quotes. Sorry, but
They're great. They're great.
I love the fact
There's one
that
more
the smartest
quote that I
guy,
love.
the
That's
smartest
definitely
guy
from
in
the
the
book.
entire wizarding world, the first syllable of his name is dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, who decides to name their kid Dumbledore? What kind
Well,
of
that's
name
his
is
last
that?
name. That's his name is
Oh,
Albus.
right.
It's a medieval
No,
word
it-
that means bumblebee.
Really?
Oh.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, why didn't I ask you that sooner?
I think I said it a few weeks ago.
I
I
don't
was gonna say,
remember.
I thought he was Albert. I thought he was Albert.
Albus,
Yeah,
Wolfric,
yeah, I know.
Ryan.
Jeff
You
Dumbledore.
forgot Percival. Percival.
I knew I was missing one.
Does anybody call him Al in the movie or the book?
Well, you can be my
Well, you can
bodyguard.
call him Brian.
Brother might.
I want to call him Brian. But
I'll be your long
there's
lost friend. You can call me.
there's
Ed.
one there's
And if
one
you
more
call me-
quote
you can call
that
me
I
Ed.
just want to read. I forgot to get the clip of it. He says, where is it?
Up.
I can't.
As
I
in,
need to find
look
it.
it up.
Oh, I know what
I
you're
am
saying. I know
looking
what
it
you're
up.
thinking of. I have it here. It's the
Okay,
last
read it
thing
for
that
me.
he says. Where am
Well,
I?
I could paraphrase it, but I
Forest
wanted
again.
to say it perfectly.
I know, but we want to say it properly. No, that's the pensive, which comes. It's all. Yeah, it's the line
Here it is. I got
where
it.
is it all happening in my head?
Yes. Tell me
Of course
one last thing.
Yes,
said Harry. Is this real, or has this been happening inside my head? And what does Dumbledore say? You can read that one.
I'm not to it. You read it. Because I want it word for word. I can paraphrase it.
Of course,
but I want
it's
it word for word.
happening in your head, but that doesn't make it any less real.
Yeah, but why on earth should that mean that it is not real?
Yes.
And that is quite the quote, because a lot of people who do experience near-death experiences have visions that might be kind of similar to this, that they believe is very much real.
Yes.
Want to give a shout out to Rob Wright's Gen X Pop Culture in the chat. Thanks for joining us, Rob.
Yes, hello, Rob Wright.
Who also gives us the quote.
And that's it. That's Harry's near-death experience there. He almost died. He could have completely died if he wanted to. What?
Well, I was going to say, it's not near death. He was killed.
Well, the killing curse was inflicted on him, but he was the Horcrux, so I guess just the Horcrux was destroyed, and Harry's soul remained intact somehow.
Yes.
Because he was a master of death.
Exactly.
But that makes sense. That makes sense to me, in that if you create a Horcrux and you okay, so I create a Horcrux. So now I've made something so it's going to help me live forever. And then I destroy my own Horcrux. I figure that there's some wiggle room and loopholes that the Horcrux doesn't, if it's human, like if it's a person, then it doesn't necessarily. The first thing that you destroyed is the Horcrux nature of that individual, and not necessarily the body that you threw your Horcrux into. And not to be dirty, but I think you know what I'm saying. So when Voldemort kills Harry Potter, it actually kills the Horcrux part of him first, and that's what gives him the option to come back to the real world. And that's why Severus doesn't get the opportunity to be like, oh, I guess I just won't die then. Because he's just a guy. That's all he is.
Yeah, Snape wasn't a Horcrux.
Well, but Jill made the excellent point that Harry can't die because he's in possession of the Deathly Hallows.
Oh, that's true too. That's also true.
I do have to take my leave now, but I've had a lot of fun on the streams.
Oh, cat.
Well, and I enjoy everything you have to share. You're challenging in a very good way. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me. This has been very fun.
Is there anything you want to share before you go? That
it probably won't be tonight. Maybe next week. Sometime Scotty and I are going to do Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, good. I'm so glad that was only postponed. It wasn't canceled.
Oh yeah, no, we're not going to cancel it. No. Come to think of it, we might as well just do it on Thursday. Why not keep the Halloween spirit going? It's a great holiday.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
All right, yeah, so I'll probably be back for that, and then I'll be back for the Penguin Review episode 7 either on Monday or Tuesday night on Phantasmagorium. And you can always find me on a Sly Side, YouTube, Twitter, Letterboxd. And I also co-host the Unifying Force every second and fourth Sunday of the month, live streaming at 8 a.m. Pacific on the Virtual Cantina Network. Well, sometimes we've been pre-recording lately, actually, but that's where you can find it. All right, so thanks.
See you soon.
Yep. I will say
Always
one
good
thing
to see
I
you.
do like that made for a good change. In the book, the final fight with Voldemort and Harry ends up in the Great Hall. I think in the book that works, but as a visual in the movie, being outside in the courtyard, I think looks a lot more epic.
Yeah, I like that too. I think it's grander, like you said. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Oh, Rob Wright says, but he drops the resurrection stone in the forest. When does he do that? I figured that it was still his at that point. He's the only one who knows where it is. If there's a possessor of the stone, it's still him, because he's the only one who knows where it is. And so he's still the master of death at that point. Unless somebody like strolls into the forbidden forest and says, "Oh, look at this stone. I wonder what this is. This is mine now." And then Harry won't be the master of death anymore. So I think I suppose I think that's how the magic works. But let's see what's going on in the chat. I think we've had a few. I've had a few. DJ says metal. Oh, and DJ Knight is playing Illusion Island on his Switch. It's Disney. Oh, okay. Gorilla is saying fact check. He stayed a rat because he knew Sirius and Remus would have killed him. Because, well, yeah, Sirius, yeah, of course, Wormtail became a rat and chopped off a finger to leave at the crime scene to get Sirius sent to Azkaban. So Remus would have killed him because Sirius was stuck in Azkaban. Sirius couldn't have killed.
He will always be
Wormtail.
Scabbers to me.
Well, it's just really weird to have a pet rat who's really a balding old man.
Did Remus like watch him go to the bathroom and stuff?
Yeah. Well, he
Or
was
not
there.
Remus,
Like
but-
Go there.
like
but
you have people have pets, right? Like you don't care if you
you
change
don't
in
take your
front of
rat
them.
into the
'cause they're-
bathroom with you, but
No, but you do change in front of them. Like you don't care. Like what does a cat care if you they don't wear
Right.
clothes?
Exactly. Anyway, just something to ponder.
I have. It's not. Those aren't good thoughts. And Greek letter says if Voldemort wants eternal life and wants to destroy Harry, who is a Horcrux of Voldemort, isn't that thus ensuring Voldemort's life? Isn't that opposing his goals? Yeah, but he doesn't know Harry's a Horcrux. He's totally ignorant that he made this Horcrux.
Yeah, you always have to keep that in mind. Like, Harry knows, which is why he accepts the duel, but he's really just going there to die. Yeah, Voldemort thinks, he just failed to kill him, and he knows that he created a link between the two, but he does not know he's a Horcrux. Otherwise, he would have found an alternate way to handle that situation.
Well, no, and then he would think, okay, now I gotta kidnap Harry and keep him safe forever.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. He would have done the opposite of what he did.
And Daniel's Hot Topic says Snape is my favorite character in Harry Potter. He's like the Samuel L. Jackson Mace Windu of Harry Potter, in that Snape can use the dark side of magic without becoming evil.
I never thought of Snape as a Samuel L. Jackson type, but hey, it works.
And thank you for that, Daniel. He says a secret is an act of omission, and lying is an act of deception.
There is a show coming up. Samuel L. Jackson's still around if you want a new Snape.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we decided, Daniel. How come Snape didn't move on after he died? We decided that he was in the middle of doing that, and so and that Harry was not at the point where he really loved Snape. So that's why he doesn't show up among the other people who passed away. And I think that works for me. South Kegel says to Padawannabe, oh, Padawanabe's here. I already heard the same thing in a few different chats today. Oh, yeah, that people are getting hidden by YouTube. Those bots are out of control. I think it might be bot related. I'm just guessing.
Completely.
YouTube
does
YouTube
everything
bot
by AI.
algorithms.
Yeah.
I kind of saw this coming. YouTube has been wonky for a few days now. Wonder if it'll be back to normal for Friday Night Frolics tonight. That's on Overlord DVD's channel. Or at least tomorrow, if Outlaw Bill has karaoke. And Voldemort did not pass on because his soul is split many times. He could not pass on because of it, so he's in limbo now until his fate can be decided. Yeah, that part of his soul is just going to be laying there
Yeah, he's donezo. He
That's
tore his
right.
soul into many pieces, you know?
Mm-hmm. Ravenclaw forever, says South Giggle.
Oh, Jill, I did take the test, and I am Gryffindor. I think I told you last night.
Yes.
But
Yeah, you did. Congratulations. Yeah, well,
Thank
when somebody shows up for my Harry Potter streams, I like to know what house they're in. So we've got Gryffindor, Hooray, and the Hufflepuff. And wait, actually Tiger Stripes? I forgot what house you are.
Well, I took a test, and it told me I was Ravenclaw. And before that, I've kind of thought I was Hufflepuff. And then, of course, before that, I wanted to be Gryffindor because all the kids want to be Gryffindor. Because that's where it's all
Ravenclaw
happening.
makes sense for you, actually.
I
didn't care where I landed. I just answered truthfully, and that's where it came up. I know it was like a little boring because it's like, oh, there's another Gryffindor, but yeah, it just happened.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy with it. I'm heroic.
Yep. This book is interesting. Page 709 also describes that Voldy took Harry's blood, and there's something to that too. Oh yeah, that's right. When Voldemort decided to bring him his connection to Harry even closer by taking his blood so that he could touch him, because before the love charm made it so that Voldemort couldn't touch Harry, which involved blood also. So as long as Harry stayed with blood relative of Lily, he would be protected from Voldemort. But yeah, page 709, huh? He slept with Ron every night, and Fred and George never said anything, says Girlish Random Thoughts. But Fred and George didn't know that didn't know that Scabbers was a man.
Nobody knew.
They knew. Yeah, nobody knew.
Nobody knew.
Technically, they knew that the Marauders existed, but not who they were.
They should have figured it out in Azkaban when they saw him on the map. And then the Scabbers went scabbering by. Hey, this is a world of magic. That's probably Wormtail.
And we've talked about this already, but here's Narcissa proving yet again Voldemort's underestimation of love and how that's his biggest downfall. And that all she cares about is if Malfoy's okay. He doesn't even consider for a moment that she's being untruthful when she says that Harry's dead. And so that kind of mirrors her son when he didn't give Harry away to the Death Eaters at Malfoy's Manor.
Yeah.
Before he was Ron's, wasn't he Charlie's rat? Yes. Yes, that's an uncommonly long life for a garden rat. So Neville finds the Sorting Hat. And so that's the start of his arc here at the end of the movie.
Neville's just a beast in this movie. It's I'm so glad that they, even though they cut a lot of stuff from his character throughout the series, I'm glad they gave him the moment they gave him. It was probably the best scene in the movie.
Well, and they also gave him all the house elf stuff. Anything house elves did, Neville did it in the movies. Voldemort is announcing
Harry Potter is dead.
And he he's saying, you got to put your faith in me now. I'm in charge here.
He gives Neville a deep cut. He's like, well, I'll be honest, I had hoped for better.
Oh, yeah, that was weird. But also Lucius he's asking for people to come to his side or die. And Draco does come to Voldemort's side, but not for Voldemort. This hug that Voldemort gives him is hilarious because Voldemort is assuming Draco is choosing him. But this kid just wants to be with his family.
Yeah.
And they walk away. They piece out
It's
of
super
there.
weird and awkward, that hug. It is
It
quite
is.
funny.
It
The
makes
whole
me laugh every time.
the whole exiting of the Malfoys family from the story was just weird. It's like Rawlings didn't know what to do with them at the end. I don't know.
It's just
Oh
it's
no, I
just as
liked
weird
it.
in the book.
They're rats leaving a sinking ship,
No, yeah, you're right. You're right. They are. It's
and
just
it should
being
be
such
awkward.
yeah, just being pivotal characters throughout the series. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They have their own arc by the end.
Oh,
What's even weirder in the book because they don't leave and they're just sitting around wondering if they should be there.
Yeah, it's even weirder. That
Like, yeah, it is awkward that you're here. Why don't you leave? But Neville has his big speech too because he's the leader of Dumbledore's army and he shows it. Doesn't matter that Harry is gone. People die every day. Friends, family. Yeah, we lost Harry tonight. He's still with us in here. And so are Fred, Remus, Tonks, all of them. They didn't die in vain, but you will because you're wrong.
an outcome.
Harry's heart did beat for us, for all of us. It's not over. And yeah, yeah, exactly. That's exactly the moment I should have got a clip of that. I didn't think of it. But that's a really awesome part. And in the book, that's the same moment that he kills the snake. But here they drag it out a bit. But I don't mind it. It's really well done.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll say this about the ending. Him, like, the pursuit of the snake is great because for cinematic purposes, you kind of have to have that happening in the background, while the battle's going on. So I think the editing of the juxtaposition of all the last duel stuff going on was kind of fun.
I think so too. I think it was well done. And they're really great at the choreography by this point of wand dueling.
Oh, so good.
Oh yeah,
I
it's so
appreciate
good.
it.
Yeah, it's not until Goblet of Fire in the films where you actually see, the beams of light that come out of the wands. Up until that point, they've all just been invisible spells being cast. You know?
Or just little sparks because they're kids.
Yeah. So by this point, well, basically, I mean, the Dumbledore Voldemort battle in God, Order of the Phoenix was legit awesome. But
yeah. Next year, Universal Studios and the theme park is going to have that attraction, the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. And
that's going to be great.
I want to go.
I'll meet you in Florida.
Well, yeah, it apparently you can only go for one day of your visit because they're afraid it's going to be too packed.
Wouldn't it make you think this would be the ultimate irony is if I dressed up like a Harry Potter character?
I think you have to when you go.
I
to
think
the
I
You
should.
kind of look like one, so it works.
I appreciate that. All the Harry Potter people are far more handsome.
Yeah.
But it's amazing, and I wish I had actually seen the movie before this morning. Although I'm so glad that it's fresh in my mind because we've, like Jill, you've allowed me to indulge myself in terms of describing fight scenes, and I wish I had written out something that was the death of Nagini.
Right, sorry. There they are. There's Neville and his sword. That's what
There
you
he is.
A true Gryffindor.
Best character arc in the whole series. Right
Absolutely. Neville is my favorite. Gorilla says, "Where are slides? There are slides." Oh.
Scotty, I don't know how much you guys. I'm sorry to backtrack, but I missed all your guys' shows. But I don't know if you know that Neville in the books was almost thought at one point to be like the prophecy, almost thought to be what Harry was. And I want to say, Jill, that's in Order of the Phoenix, right?
Yeah, that's right, because it's revealed that it's a child born at the end of July, and so it could have very well have been Neville as much as Harry, who also had parents who defied the Dark Lord thrice, and
Yeah.
that was the case with Neville's parents as well. And
Yeah,
so
they
he
were
fit the prophecy just as well as Harry did. It could have been him.
tortured and killed by Bellatrix, and yeah, it makes, even though they don't do that in the movies, when you see Neville, this moment right here for Neville, it just makes it so much more poignant. You know, it makes it so much stronger of a scene, knowing that even though he didn't turn out to be that guy, he's just as much of a boss. You know.
Yeah, and he very well could have.
Yeah.
Well, and he's got the gumption, he's got the courage to like, it looks like he's gonna walk over to follow Voldemort, and he's like, "Nah, I just got something to say. Fuck you, pal."
Well, and that gives Harry the opportunity to distract Voldemort, and all the fun action stuff happens, and Lucius leaves.
Well, and again, like, this is so interesting to me, and I would love to investigate the books to find out what that is more.
The books are good.
Like, cinematically, it is interesting because Lucius is imploring Draco to join them, and then his mom, I forget her name.
Narcissa.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
And
Or
then
Cece.
she says, Draco,
Bella.
just come. And then as Draco, and again, is embraced by Voldemort, and then Draco walks past and then goes to his family, and Lucius and Narcissa, sure, they just are like, you know what? This war is not as important as our family. And as long as our family is together, we'll be fine. And you can see the terror in Lucius's face as he walks away. And it's like, you know what? If Harry Potter doesn't win, we're going to die.
They've done a lot of bad stuff, though. Like, they've done a lot of bad stuff. Like, and just the fact that they're like, you know what? This isn't worth it. We're gone, and then there's no consequences. There's no repercussions. It's just, I mean, that we know of, but
but even then,
kind of rubbed me the wrong way, you know.
Even then, at the end of the movie, 19 years later, Draco is on the platform to go to Hogwarts.
Yeah,
and it's like, so Draco's fine. Okay.
You would think Lucius had to answer for his actions and go to Azkaban or something, because Lucius was evil, man.
Yeah, but on the plus side, he doesn't have to die. It's not the same as like Bellatrix. And also, thank you, Mrs. Weasley, for being a bitch ass fucking awesome. You are a lady from a 1980s heavy metal band. I love you so much.
Not my daughter, you bitch. Get away from her, you bitch.
Yeah. Loved it.
I do remember that moment getting a pretty big cheers in the movie theater when I saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Molly.
I do find her look of satisfaction after she kills Bellatrix strangely unsettling.
Oh.
Yeah, it kind of seems like she had some pleasure from it, because she got her revenge for Fred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally.
My baby's screaming for me, but I'm gonna leave the slides on that base if I have it. Let's see.
All right. But again, she's lost a son.
Totally. Exactly.
And it's one of those, it is a magic battle where Molly is, sorry, I can't. So Mrs. Weasley is defending
there it is. There's
her family. And
well, I mean, it goes way back with Bellatrix. I mean, Bellatrix even killed Sirius, who was a family friend, you know?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
No, but the satisfaction of a mother protecting her family. I think that Mrs. Weasley, again, just
I would have liked it
doesn't.
if Neville got his shot at Bellatrix, because he deserves it the most. For her having tortured and killed his parents. But he was busy doing other things.
Actually, Neville's parents didn't die; they suffered a fate worse than death.
They had to watch the sequel
Dalek
trilogy
says
of
here,
Star Wars.
the Longbottoms were not killed, but they were tortured into madness. So they are permanent residents of St. Mungo, the sanitarium for wizards and witches, which is, I think, worse than dying. I do.
Well, yeah. See, the thing is that I don't mind being driven mad because I already am.
No, there's madness, and then there's, the kind of madness where somebody has to change you and wipe the drool from your mouth every day.
Oh, right. That's not a good
Or you're just living a constant psychological.
Yes, or you're living in constant, agony and terror and
way much rather die.
Yes, I'm afraid I would too. But yeah, this look is so atypical of her that I'll just spit it out there. Sometimes I think she had work done, as they say, and she just doesn't look like herself.
I did not know you were going there.
I understand.
That's where I've always felt this way about it. She looks so atypical I just have to think. I think there's something going on in there, like a special combination of Botox and fillers and she just doesn't look like herself.
I think you are spot on. Yeah, there's something about she can't emote the way she wants to with her face.
That's my gut.
And the reason I disagree with you is because I think that it's something that we haven't seen from her in previous films. She's always been such a warm character.
Oh,
and
really?
I think
when
that when we do see
children,
satisfaction
like
through vengeance, it isn't necessarily that she's been altered.
Warm to Ron when she's yelling at Ron and saying, "Why can't you be
Well,
more
she's
like
yelling
Harry?"
because she cares.
We've seen her face
I
in
know,
a
we're
variety of
interrupting.
expressions.
But when
including fury,
McGonagall,
but this is not that.
When McGonagall is she's like, I've always wanted to use that spell, and Mrs. Weasley is terrified. It still looks like her. I don't think that there was any sort of surgical alteration.
I don't get terror from that
so either.
expression at that moment. With
Oh, you
McGonagall.
don't?
Oh no.
Oh.
No.
No, not from McGonagall. McGonagall is like
I understand what
reveling
you're
in the
saying. You're saying Mrs. Weasley. You're saying she looks terrified. No, I don't get terror at that particular moment in time at all.
What did you get?
It's the calm before the storm, that uneasy moment when you know you're going into a really bad fight that you probably won't survive.
Terror.
That's not terror at all.
Her
looking down the barrel
would
of
have
death
been
is kind of
afraid.
terrifying.
No, as a matter of fact,
Because-
when you're at that point in life, things usually slow down if you truly are fighting for yourself.
But she wasn't
That's not
fighting for
terror.
herself. She fights for her family.
Right. But I still think that she just doesn't look like herself here.
I think she looks
and it
hotter
still
than
gives
she ever
me-
has
It still gives
before.
me the willies.
The heebie-jeebies.
Oh no, I have a yearbook picture where I kind of look like this, and it's terrifying. Like I made a bad face.
Oh, I make bad face. I do not photograph well. Often.
I do normally, but that time it was horrific.
I'm very photogenic, so I've never had this problem.
Can't argue that.
Thanks. But I do, Jill. It's getting to be that time of the hour that I got to go. I'm responsible for, as Dalek would say, tea.
Oh. But I
What you
got
making for
less
tea?
than 10 minutes to go. How much time do you really have?
Okay, let's.
You
I have
didn't
10
give me a
minutes.
warning.
Let's give it 10.
I have 10 minutes.
And get there.
That was great. It was almost, you know what? And when Harry grabs Voldemort and then falls out of the tower,
That
it reminded me
beautifully
very
framed
much
shot.
of Sherlock Holmes and
That
the
was
Rickenbach
that
Falls.
courtyard shot, wands blasting, beautifully framed shot a couple slides ago. So good.
Come on, Tom. Let's finish this the way we started it.
Together.
And there's another thing I should have clipped. Neville doing this. Great stuff.
So good.
Elena Horcrux. Goodbye, Nagini.
Good old Neville.
Neville basically saves the day. I mean,
does.
that was the biggest thing to accomplish.
And I like, too, that Harry told him before, kill the snake. Neville's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, fighting Voldemort
Sure.
is just like, Harry can handle that. But the snake needs to go.
Right. And that's how he's able to actually not just defeat Voldemort, but kill him. Is thanks to Neville.
Yes.
And the Elder Wand is lost. And it flies to its true master, who's been its master all along, ever since he disarmed Draco. And there it is. Voldemort disintegrates in front of everybody.
I
Kind of
do have a
embarrassing.
bit of a problem with the disintegration of Voldemort and Bellatrix. I do. I get why they did it, but
yeah, they did it because PG-13. I don't know.
oh, it's nice
Yeah, they
seeing
don't
them
really-
all there in a row, isn't it? That's lovely.
Right, now they're having tea. Yeah, everybody's
Oh,
relaxing.
you've got to have tea.
And
I'm
well, there
more
was
of a
another
coffee
great Luna moment here that they don't have in the movie, where everybody's crowding around Harry and they're not giving him the time of day to relax, and he has to meet with everybody who are bereaved and all the things that happen in the battle and everything. And Luna realizes he might want some time to himself, so she distracts everyone by saying something silly, and Harry escapes
Yeah.
with his invisibility quote.
That's our Luna.
That is, she is amazing.
This is such a good shot right here because it's like it reminds you of how like beloved this franchise was and how much goodwill it had for every single movie that like even like Broadbent came back to say one word, Harry, like he came back for one scene to play Slughorn and have one line of dialogue, and he's more than happy to do it,
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would have liked more for Slytherins in the books, but I'm glad that he did have a good humor about it, and appreciated this series enough and the people that he worked with to come back. That is good. Voldemort was
Dalek-
supposed to die a normal death. Yeah, agreed.
Yes, but I
As
would
was
like to remind
Bellatrix.
you, Dalek, and I appreciate your perspective on this, and it would have been very impactful to see him, one of the wizards that had attempted to attain such pure power, to just die a normal death. I think that would have been impactful, but it's a movie. It's the 8th movie. We have to see him suffer and die. And I get where you're coming from, but as a movie, no, incorrect. But good try.
And speaking of just move, oh my goodness! Speaking of movie things, I really love Filch. Like, okay, Hogwarts is in ruin. I can fix this with my broom.
Yes, I wish you were hosing. I wish it was like a water hose.
That's very wasteful of water, though.
And whatever, they just
Use
make
your
it.
broom. Use
Or
your broom.
Scotty,
divine
he
it.
pulls out a pressure blower.
Yeah,
It's
That'd be
also
great.
it's also quite sad in a way. There's Filch, who's the squib, and the only way he'll ever use a broom is with the business end, working with it.
That's right. Oh, that is sad. He can't ride
It
a broom.
is.
Oh. Yeah, he tries to do the quick, the mail order magic lessons
Yeah.
but that's just a scam. They pull on squibs to get money, I guess. And so they talk more about the Elder Wand. Of course, we know it was Dumbledore's, and then it was Draco's because Draco disarmed Dumbledore.
This was
And
very
then
hard
it
for
was
me to
Harry's.
watch.
And then it was Harry's because Harry, and then and so it was Harry's because he disarmed him. And then, so now Harry has the Elder Wand. It's his. It is. But the problem is, even in the movies, Harry loses his Hawthorn wand. He loses his wand, and he wants it back. And what he's supposed to do right here is use the Elder Wand to bring back his Hawthorn one, which and it accepts him back as rightful owner. So who is the owner of the Elder Wand? And so Harry gives that ownership back to Dumbledore by putting it back in his grave. And that is so beautiful because as long as Harry doesn't, then the ownership dies with Harry. Because as long as Harry doesn't get into a big battle or anything, I don't know. Actually, I'm not quite sure about this. How does the
Yeah, me neither. I think
after
someone
that?
can swim down there and then tape that thing together with some good duct tape.
Well, I don't think that
No,
the
you
Elder
can't
Wand
mend a
would.
broken wand.
You can't
They've
mend. You're right.
established that.
Except with the Elder Wand.
Hmm.
Harry uses the
Some
Elder
good
Wand to
wood
fix
glue.
his.
I don't think
Well,
it
the
works that way. It's got
No,
a
I'm trying
core,
to
you
say-
know.
The Elder Wand fixed his original wand with the Phoenix Feather. And then he puts it back in Dumbledore's grave. But here, he doesn't care about his original wand and just snaps this one, which I don't know if it's even possible. Can you destroy the most powerful wand in the world by snapping it like an ordinary one?
Yes.
But yeah, I guess so because
It's obvious they did.
I don't know. I think he
It's
should have
obvious.
burned it.
Yeah.
Well, but that's one of those things that I really found admirable, in that it was like, you've got the most powerful wand in the entire world, and Harry decides this power is too big.
Yeah,
He decides. Well, even in the book, he decides not to be the Master of Death anymore. But here,
well, they would. Yeah,
he gives up the wand by putting it back in Dumbledore's grave. But here, it's just destroyed.
I'm fine with that.
It's the same, but it's not. Somehow it's somewhat disrespectful. But that's Harry. He is his father's son.
But it's also a wand that was created by death. That
I
is a
agree
monkey's.
with Tiger Stripes. It's a little disrespectful.
It's a monkey's paw.
It belongs in a museum, Scotty.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. So do you.
Well, Harry's right to not want to use it because it is a very dangerous object for the owner of it.
Yes.
So it makes sense he wants his original wand back.
And once we lose the wand, then we get a fade out of our favorite throuple.
Yeah, that's right. That's coming up.
Yep. Graduation day.
Don't snap it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird, now that I think of it.
What's weird?
Well, we sort of started this journey as the wizarding school, and we never get to see a graduation.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because there's a war.
Yeah, the book, it just skips right over everything and goes straight to 19 years.
Yeah.
There's a very nice fan-made film about the period of time after this war. Is it called the Battle of Hogwarts? It's beautifully made.
I've never read it. I've just
it's
I've
like a
heard
little
of
documentary of all the characters just sort of talking about that day and how it's affected them.
I need to see that.
It's
Sounds
good.
good. I think that when they did that, what was it, 2021 Harry Potter reunion special on HBO Max?
Yes,
it
the one
should've-
where they excluded Rowling.
Yeah, where they excluded the creator
Yeah, that's
of
why I
the
haven't
entire
That's why I
world.
haven't watched it, and I never
Yeah,
will.
but
yeah,
that
same
should
here,
have been
Tiger
that should have
Stripes.
been it should have been a 45-minute feature film of all the students, the characters going back for their reunion. That would have been so much more entertaining.
But there's this coda at the end of the book, so far ahead in the future, that's so remarkably touching.
Yes.
It really does get to me.
And I had heard criticisms towards this that like it was like, why does this happen?
It's in the book. It's
well,
in the book.
Sure. But and when I watched it, I was like, it was satisfying in the fact that I knew that Hogwarts had been rebuilt. I didn't have to see it rebuilt. I knew that Harry and Hermione and Ron were all friends 20 years later. I knew that they had families. Then Draco's there. Fuck Draco. And then it's just like the next generation. Like it is the definition of the next generation going
fine.
off.
It's fine. And I don't think
Yeah,
anybody
I
cares.
liked it. I thought it was
the rebuilding of the castle, like realistically, the strongest wizards just put their wands up and they rebuild it, just like cleaning your house with a spell, I'm sure they rebuilt the castle pretty easily, so.
The only thing I wish that the only thing that I wish had or actually the only character I wish had been present, I wish Hagrid had been there. Just to
he's at Hogwarts.
Hagrid's
at Hogwarts.
Hagrid doesn't really ever leave the wizarding world.
But he came and he rescued Harry, and so I thought it would be a nice sort of handing of, all right, this is my friend Hagrid.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. That would have been.
No, Hagrid has to be at Hogwarts to greet the new students.
Where was Hagrid at the beginning of the first movie?
I think Scotty's just saying, like, it would be a nice little touching thing because Harry, his good friend, is finally having his kid go there, so maybe he'd make an exception and go there to see him off. But he's
kind of like that,
But he'll see him when
he's got to ferry the kids on the little boats.
He's got to be there to greet the train when the train pulls in. That's
exactly
where he is.
And Hagrid was there for Harry because nobody was there for Harry. And nobody was there to tell him he's a wizard. And Albus has his dad. He has Harry.
Maybe I'm just being saccharine and it's something that I wanted.
Oh, yeah. Well, they did get a hug, Harry and Hagrid hug at after the battle.
Yes.
I'd be like, Dad, I know you love these guys and they really came through for you, but did you have to name me after Albus and Severus?
Yeah.
These names are not.
Couldn't you have put a Chad Albus in there, maybe, or a Scott, or a Stephen?
Or why didn't you use Brian? I would rather be Brian.
Ben Severus Potter.
There you go, Benjamin Severus Potter.
Then Slytherin House will have gained a wonderful young wizard.
Because Albus doesn't want to be Slytherin either. Of course, we never get to see his sorting, so we never know.
And just call him Al.
Well, you can
you know he's going to be Gryffindor. You know he is. But there's a whole play.
Oh, what is it?
Based on that.
According to IMDb, J.K. Rowling has never stated into which house Harry Potter's son, Albus Severus, was sorted. However, it is worth noting that the boy's initials are ASP, and an asp is one of the world's deadliest vipers. In fact, in the play Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, Albus is sorted into Slytherin, along with Scorpius Malfoy, son of Draco.
Yes, but that's not canon, that play.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not going to get into it.
It's definitely not canon to me, no.
It's not
I
canon,
don't care.
But the only thing I do like about Cursed Child is they do kind of make Scorpius a sweet boy, and it's kind of fun to see
a Malfoy
Draco's
who's
son not
sweet.
be. Yeah.
Well, with a name like Scorpius, would you think anything different than a super sweet kid?
Yeah.
Well,
right.
he's certainly be getting the hell beaten out of him regularly, but
more than Draco?
I don't know.
I think
If I had a classmate named Scorpius, I'd stay the hell away.
Hank Scorpius. And Kimberly Ann Hart, yes.
I love that they give Ron like a beer belly, and they make him look like a drug addict, older guy. He's only supposed to be like 30, or maybe no, like 30. Yeah, 38.
He takes after his dad, 65. I'm afraid.
Arthur. I like Arthur.
Cheadle? Treacher?
Gorilla's random thought says, I think a better ending would have been if Voldemort just dropped dead and they threw his body into a pile of rubble into another room. No, but
That's almost
sounds
what happens in the
anticlimactic.
book.
Oh, right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't disintegrate into fairy dust or whatever
No.
it is.
No.
Mama Bear. Yeah, that's right. Molly Weasley is Mama Bear. DJ Knight says, I have an idea of how to get rid of Voldemort. Oh. And Dog451 says, it's a mother defending her daughter from a psychopath. Why is this causing such a debate? It's plain and simple.
Well, when
the look
people
on
go
her
on to
face.
podcasts,
Unsettling.
Dalek, they usually debate. They have conversations and they use their voices.
Yeah, if we didn't talk about it, then there'd be pretty much.
We would just be watching the movie.
Well, he said, yeah, we can't do that for a podcast. Sometimes I do get in that rut where I'm like, this is what's happening in this movie. But during the Dalek does not like the duel between Voldemort and Harry. I think it's pretty good, but he thinks it's over the top.
It's not as good as it could have been. It's kind of boring, to be honest with you.
I mean, but even Snape and McGonagall's duel could have been better because she's supposed to be throwing daggers at him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a lovely expression too.
Well, I do have to go
disintegrate ruins the whole
and
mood.
wrangle. I have to go and wrangle, but I do appreciate.
What are you making? What are you making for tea?
Well, first things first. I'm from Canada, so it's called dinner. And
You said tea earlier.
No, I know. I was trying to be reverent, but then all of a sudden Dalek stopped liking all the things that I liked, so now I'm not going to call it tea anymore. So yeah, no, I'm going to go get sushi and corn dogs. Sushi and corn dogs is what I'm doing.
You're
Great
mad.
combo right there.
I am. It's true. Hey, I'm not going to have all of the things. I'm just getting a selection for everyone else.
Oh,
It's
okay, wait a
November
minute.
1st.
Because
Everyone's very, very upset.
Some people like sushi, but there might be some people who don't like sushi, and their choice was hot dogs.
Yeah. Well, corn dogs.
Think
Corn
about
dogs,
the Hogwarts dining hall. There's so many different options. You know.
Exactly.
Right, those
but
hot subs, you can put them to work.
I suppose I will say thank you to you in terms of hosting and allowing me to go through this wizarding world. It was a delight and a treasure. I didn't think I was going to like it, and it made me very, very happy. The only one I didn't like is the one with time travel. I think that's Prisoner of Azkaban.
Which is the best one.
Yeah, it's not my favorite. And yeah, so this has been a delight. I can't wait to go through them again, and I am looking forward to watching Deathly Hallows 1 and 2 back to back because I do want to watch it as one movie. And if you'd like to find me, I am on the internet. If you want to find me on X, I'm at ScottyR37. If you want to find me on the Phantasmagorium, I am at the Phantasmagorium. If you'd like to find me at Cinema Gulp, I'm over hanging out with Ben and bothering him. And then also I get to play with Jill whenever she lets me. I think we're doing Fallout soon. And yeah, this is such a fun. Is it this Saturday? I thought it was next Saturday. Great.
It's this
Good talk.
Saturday. It's this
It's
Saturday.
this Saturday. Oh, okay.
Yes. No, I thought I hit the button, but I hadn't hit the button.
12 years of it!
All right.
In Azkaban!
Someone wants to send me there. So thank you so much to you guys, and thank you so much to the chat. I will see you later, and I'll let you know what it's like to dip a corn dog into wasabi.
Actually,
See you soon, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
Later,
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, ScottyR37. You're a lot of fun, and I'm so glad you asked me to review the series. I'd always been reticent to talk about Harry because I thought none of my audience, none of my listeners would like it, and I turns out I was wrong.
As much as I loved it that Scotty loved him, I love it even more that he asked for this. I didn't know that.
It's true, he did.
I don't
That
think
is
I'd
great.
realized it either.
Yeah, that is fantastic.
Yeah, because I'm mostly a science fiction channel, so I always hear that you should stay to your niche, but there's a reason that science fiction and fantasy are in the same section in the library.
Sci-fi
And I should have
fantasy.
realized that sooner. Scotty was right. But he thought he was going to make fun of it and said he liked it. And Kimberly says,
I know,
I've been bitten by a mosquito. Apparently I had been bitten by mosquito bites. They will disappear. Oh. It's not life. Well, I'm glad you're safe, Kimberly.
And earlier today, Scotty used the word 11T. So if he's not careful, we will drag him into Middle Earth.
Oh, that's the thing
this
that
will be the gateway.
He defiantly hates
Yeah, he won't.
Lord of the Rings.
Yes, he
We
said
won't
he
be able to get
hated
him
it
into
the
that.
second he read the word 11T, which he used today without even thinking about it.
Right. But he's supposedly seen 2 movies and hated them and never went back to watch the final Return of the King.
Wow, that's a shocker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we got him on Harry's side, but I don't know if we'll get him with Frodo.
Last sentence of the entire series, all was well. I love that.
Me too.
It's very British.
All was well. Yes. And I guess I studied some expanded universe stuff that's not really canon, but stuff that J.K. Rowling says that happens later, where the trio do go on to become auras. Does Neville become an aura? I don't remember.
No, Neville becomes an herbology professor, I believe.
Yeah, you know what? But I think he becomes an aura first, and then he becomes a professor.
Ah, interesting.
That's what happens. And that's why he and Luna could never be, because she wants to travel the world and hunt Norfolds, Norcax, Horned, whatever the thing is. And she wants to fulfill her dad's the passions that he instilled in her in learning about animals, and she just loves creatures so much that she actually marries Rolf's commander, grandson of Newt's commander.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel bad for Neville.
Yeah. Well, he has Hannah Abbott, I think.
That's all right. She's a Ravenclaw, isn't she?
I think she's a Hufflepuff. She's Hufflepuff.
Okay. He deserves somebody warmer than a
Linda,
Ravenclaw.
anybody?
Who?
Who was my favorite? Did you end up anybody?
Cho Ching? I don't remember.
Cho Ching, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if she ends up.
I think Harry should have ended up with Cho.
Oh, you think so? Instead of Ginny?
Well, I know the movie does it doesn't show exactly what she does in the books, so because she becomes a bit of a gossiping loudmouth in the books, right? Whereas in the movie they just have her forced to tell them where the room of requirement is. So anyway.
Well, yeah, no, it's her friend actually, and she supports her friend who gave up Dumbledore's army to Umbridge. Yeah. So her friend whose mom works at the ministry was convinced that her mom would be fired if she didn't cooperate. Let's see, does she family? Unnamed husband. Well, she gets married, but we don't know who to. Nope.
Well, Joe, I have 13% left on my phone, but I
wow, this worked out perfectly then.
It really did. I was trying to hang in there as long as I could. I've just been driving around in circles, to keep my phone charging. But I'm so glad I got to come on for a couple hours. Made my day, because I just was so bummed when I got up this morning and had no electricity. So,
that would have depressed me too. I
do pride myself on sounding good and all that stuff. So I apologize. Just using my phone, I probably sound like crud, but it is what it is, But thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm glad I got to talk about this one. This is not
I'm glad you could be here too.
Yeah, I think
my
favorite film of the franchise is Goblet of Fire. I love that movie. I just think it's so fun and colorful, and then it gets really dark at the end. It's great.
Hey, my eyes aren't glistening with the ghost of my past.
Oh, I was muted. I apologize. Did you hear that I said Goblet of Fire was my favorite?
Yes, that's why I'm playing Goblet of Fire clips.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tonight when we get back to the common room, we'll both have partners. Agreed? Agreed.
Oh. I love the whole.
Now I'm getting into Order of the Phoenix. Sorry.
No, I think it's funny though that in Goblet of Fire, just everyone has long hair, and then that's it. Just for that movie, every guy has long hair.
Yeah, that's true. And then they get a haircut, and then in the Order of the Phoenix.
yeah. But thank you again so much.
Of course.
I had a
Thank
blast.
you. Thank you for being here.
I wish I could have been on all these, but
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there more you want to say? But you ran out of battery, so it makes sense. You're not in the best position. Plus, you got to take care of yourself because you've got to deal with hopefully not rotting food in your refrigerator.
No, it's okay. I'm here, and no, I guess what I want to say is I didn't get into this franchise until I was in college, and my girlfriend at the time showed me Azkaban. That was the latest movie that had just come out, and I loved it. So I read the first 3 books, and then I waited, about a year or so, and then Goblet of Fire came out, and I just loved it. And then I've just been a huge fan ever since, just chomping at the bit to read the next book, waiting for the next movie to come out. I love franchises like this where you grow with the characters and the actors because it puts you in different parts of your life as you remember the movies. Like, where were you the first time you saw the first one in 2001? And as opposed to when it finishes in 2011, that's like a lifetime of difference in your life. So franchise means a lot to me in that way. There's things I like about certain books better than the movies and vice versa.
Sometimes the movies surprise me with very good moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say the majority of the books are better than their counterparts, but that's a whole nother discussion. But I love all these movies. I love the casting. I mean, it's just absolute perfection when it comes to casting of all these characters. I don't have a single character who I think was cast wrong. And yeah, I love it. I think it's brilliant, and I think it's a great thing to share with your kids, the movies and the books. And you can space it out as your kids grow, just as we as viewers had to watch it. So it's a wonderful thing. Glad it exists. I don't know what to think about the show because there's nothing really to think about yet, but we'll see how that pans out. I'm kind of excited.
I have a bit of hope because I see that they're casting from UK and Scotland. So I think Ireland, and so I think they are trying to. I think there's some attempt, and they are working with J.K. Rowling. If they didn't, I wouldn't have as much faith as I do.
It looks like they'll be filming in the UK again, to me. And they have very strict rules on the number of people you can cast in a film. A certain number of people have to be UK born.
Yeah, and Rob Wright says as long as it's not woke, and the only way to do that is, of course, if you're faithful to the source material, it won't be.
It doesn't need to be. It's already all the things that, without thinking about it, it's already those things. It's got
what
tons of different
anyway.
Tons of different cultures. It's fine.
Yeah, but it's important to remember that diversity is not woke because they claim it is. They claim it is, but that's just a cover.
That's exactly what I mean. If anybody should be upset, it's Americans, because Americans cannot go to Hogwarts. Dang it.
I know. That's not fair. I don't want to go to Ilvermorny.
Yeah.
Who wants to go to a school called Ilvermorny?
I know. Not fair. No, when we
No.
saw what the American Wizarding World looks like, and it's not nearly as fun or creative as the original films. So.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Kimberly said I did great. I'm glad. I would hope. I love the series so much that I would hope that I did a good job with it.
You always do a good job, Joe.
And yeah, I hope so. Raul Julia says maybe just make material. Message be damned. Yeah. And you
That's
can have
literally all you have to do is that, and because you have a season per book, follow the books to a key, cast it right, and it's an instant hit. You know?
especially we're gonna get Peeves, and so I'm excited for that, and because he's one of the best characters. He's an antagonist, but when it comes down to it, at the Battle of Hogwarts, he's there. He's fighting the Death Eaters.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of fun stuff that I didn't even talk about today. There's too much in the book. We'd be here for 25 hours if I said all the things in the book.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Victor Crumb and his team come and fight in the battle?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they
That's
do,
right.
man. That would have been such a crowd pleaser moment if you saw them flying overhead the castle in the movie, you know?
Right.
Like,
Well, they already had Oliver Wood, so he would just bring all the Quidditch people.
yeah.
Dalek thinks I overdo with the clips. Sometimes I do get excited with the clips, Dalek. I'm sorry. I can't
love the
help it.
clips.
They just make me happy. I care for Harry and Ron. Yeah. Hermione Granger does care about her friends, and even the actors do too. They all care about each other.
Yeah, I wish they. I mean, this is a whole nother discussion, but I wish
It
they
is.
hadn't turned on
too.
JK. You know, like it just sucks.
I think that's awful too.
Yeah.
You dance with who brung you, and they're just
Yes.
ignoring that.
Yes. And just, if you disagree with somebody that much politically, just don't address it. Just,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, exactly.
It's not about,
And remember that you're a rich
just an
millionaire because
actor.
of them.
You're just a bloody actor.
Right. I
Yeah.
have lots of friends and family whose politics I don't agree with. I just let them have their opinion and
Yeah,
listen
and they didn't make me a famous millionaire. So.
Yes.
Right?
And lately I have been pushing back a little when I just see something that I feel is egregious, but usually I say to people, what is your source on that? Because that's rubbish.
Yeah.
Right. Well, things do get ugly on the internet.
Well,
Oh,
they
I want to
do.
thank Zalden Prime for subscribing. Thank you.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Zalden. I hope I'm saying your name right.
Yeah.
Right
That
on,
is
man.
great. That's great. I don't get subscribers during live streams often, so it's always good. It's always good when that yeah, Cursed Child is hot garbage. That we can definitely agree on, Dalek. Oh god, I hate it.
Yeah, Cursed Child. I read that whole book on a plane, and I was just like, "What am I reading?" Like J.K. Rowling wrote this. Like
I know I have a copy of it, and I feel like she did not write it. I feel like I have a copy of it, and I feel like I read it, and I disliked it so much I've sort of put it out of my mind.
Yeah,
it's
she didn't
piece
write
of
it, but
crap.
she approved it.
Oh, right. Sorry.
But
had to
she is,
approve it.
she is remarkable that way.
I got my bad. I got that confused because she wrote the screenplay.
But it's terrible because I thought Hufflepuff was her favorite house. Hufflepuff was the only house that didn't have any dark Death Eaters, and now she kills it. She kills that, doesn't she? Or
I just didn't
dark
think I
wizards.
cared enough about Cedric Diggory to have an entire book about him.
Yeah, I didn't deserve to be dead, and now you must all suffer my wrath. Like, wait, what? Cedric? Okay, I'm not here for this. Jill, should there be a return to Hogwarts in film? They already did that. Like we were saying, the Fantastic Beasts. They did those movies, but they didn't pan out because
they sucked.
Well, I kind of liked the first two, but the third one they messed up. They fired Johnny Depp without any proof as to his crimes, and then the Grindelwald wasn't right. New one isn't that great. Oh, you mean with Harry? Nah, not with Harry. Harry's story's over. Another thing they say at the end of the book is Harry's scar hasn't hurt in 19 years. So he's done. He's good. He's good to go.
Yeah. It's a perfectly happy ending. Like, I get why fans would love to see them have adventures as adults and stuff like that. I mean, I would. Yeah. But if they don't, that's fine. There's headcanon.
There's headcanon. There was also mobile games. There was like a Wizarding United game where they had something going on.
And I do think that's why J.K. Rowling buttoned it down 19 years later as the last chapter. To sort of tie it up, to say, no, we're not going to go back there. This is the end.
That's a good point. But now the actors are actually approaching that age, so they're only a few years away from being that age. So if they did do it, they would match right up with that, but.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
They're at the point where they could do that if
except now they'd be like, hey, that's not how 38-year-olds look. Why did we make them look 58? 38-year-olds still look very, very young.
SNL has dealt with that, and also with the Hermione problem, that point where all the guys start to find her attractive. And they had they had a sketch each on dealing with those.
That sketch with what was her name? The girl, the woman from Mean Girls.
Normally, I can think of her name off the top of my head.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
Yeah,
eluding
Freaky
me.
Friday and Mean Girl. I don't know, but she's got like she's top heavy, let's say, and like they had her come back as Hermione come back from the summer, and all the guys are looking at her.
Yes,
I
think she had to deal with that problem herself as a child actor.
Maybe,
who becomes a young woman. So that might have been why they went there. And then when Daniel was on SNL, they did a old Harry Potter sketch, which was sort of hard to watch.
I know I've seen a couple of them, but I haven't seen that one. But I think that's what Raul Julia wants, is the old Harry Potter. Well, 38, I guess, isn't old, but I am 38, so I think I'm old. But
do it.
You're still very young.
Yeah, but J.K. Rowling would have to write it.
They don't exactly have like amazing careers right now. They're all filthy rich, but they're not like blowing up Hollywood.
And we found out that she's not the best at writing screenplays. She has to write a novel, and someone else has to turn it into a screenplay.
Yep, exactly.
And she's not going to do that.
I would rather have her do novels than just some more movies come out. But yeah,
she's ready to fudge that up.
Sadly
she has
true.
she's got a great imagination, but you find out where your talent is, and she should write novels. Have you gone back through the books looking for clues that come out in the Deathly Hallows? Like what exactly? I have. As I've been reviewing the movies, I've been listening to the audiobooks. Definitely.
Oh, that's
Hi,
great.
Liz. Liz is here. It is. But I do have to go, I suppose. And yeah, because my daughter wants to play. And it's Friday.
Yes, we're wrapping it up.
Yeah, I said my piece on the series, and thanks again for letting me come on, Jill.
Yeah.
So glad I got to come on for this one, despite the challenges that laid upon me.
Right, and you did not give up. You were just as brave as Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and Neville.
Exactly. I'm resilient like them.
You
but
are.
yeah, thank
You
you.
didn't give up.
I had a blast.
Thank you.
Talking to you guys. So.
Me too. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Tiger Stripes.
Thank you for hosting, Jill. It's been so
Yeah,
much fun.
Thank you, Scotty R37. Thanks to Kat and Dalek451 and everyone in the chat helping out, adding information. And Gorilla had a song he wanted me to play, and I've never heard it before, so apologies if nobody likes it. Oh, DJ Play Nice says, "Oh my nearly 5-hour stream. That is the definition of rock." And yeah, you do have an awesome evening and a wonderful weekend ahead. And Gorilla says, "Well, I hope you enjoyed the song." And I'll play it as the last thing. Let me pull it up so that I have it as we exit. As we board the Hogwarts Express for the last time. Wave.
Goodbye, all you witches and wizards. Goodbye.
And we'll see ya. See ya in more adventures later.
We'll see you in the
Not
Spiderwick
in-
Chronicles.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say not involving chocolate
Narnia.
frogs. Oh, I gotta find. I'm trying to stall because I'm looking for this song.
Okay, well, while you're stalling, you can show the photo. I actually took this photo myself, and I saw it this Halloween at the drugstore, and I thought of you, Jill, and your stream, and I just, these are the things that you can buy now, and it's clearly, referential to Harry Potter, both of them. So,
If
yes.
you don't want utmost pain.
No.
Okay, you guys, I'm
That's
going to go,
hilarious.
but goodbye and have a wonderful rest of your days. Tiger Stripes and Jill.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Yes, you have a fantastic
Bye-bye.
day, Ben. Thank you. And everybody make sure to subscribe to Cinema Gulp and catch out his Wednesday shows that are around 9 o'clock Central. And he also makes incredible edited content that he works so hard on. He's a great filmmaker, severely underappreciated channel. Check him out.
And I'm going to say goodbye too. Thank you, Jill, so much. Did you
You're
find your
welcome.
song?
Yeah, I'm gonna find it in just a moment, but you can leave. I'm okay.
Oh,
And
no, I can stay until you find it if you like, and
okay.
just.
Okay, I found it. Here
And
it is.
there's
He
Dalek.
put
who
it on
says-
YouTube.
Who says, "Thank you so much for having me for all these 8 weeks. Great fun. Hope I get to join you for more reviews like this."
Of
Dalek,
course,
our
thank you, Dalek. He's a good Dalek.
He is a good Dalek.
And yes, the most painful death. And yeah, I wish it was rum. That would be hilarious. But no, but it's decorations. I love those.
Oh yeah, that was very
And
tempting.
I found it. I'm gonna miss talking about this. So if I do want to talk about it again, it might come up during a shore leave. You never know what's gonna happen on those. And Tiger Stripes, I know you don't have a channel, but is there anything you want to share before we go?
I'm good.
You're
I'm
good.
happy to
Okay.
be here.
Me too. All right, and thank you, Raul, Julia, Dalek451, Gorilla's Random Thoughts, DJ Play Nice, Rob Wrights, Gen X Pop Culture, Liz, Kimberly Anhart.
Lemon
I know
pie.
Keith E. here, and Lemon Pie, very good. And almost. And let's see, and just everybody who was here, thank you. And we'll see you around. Have a wonderful Friday. All was well.